Yeah. So I work in
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Very good. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the first ever public event of the European Partnership for Brain Health. It's a very important day. It's a very important week. In fact, it's during Brain Awareness Week. And it also happens to be during a European summit and in the middle of a war. And so I'm glad that all of you were able to make it despite it all. Thank you. What is this partnership? It's over already, because it just started in January, already over 60 organizations in more than 3 dozen countries. And it goes beyond Europe. What are we talking about today? We're talking about research, we're talking about skills, we're talking about patients, what links with the patients to do this, to do the proper research. What gaps are there? What gaps in funding? What funding opportunities are there? We're going to talk about all that in half a day. So time's a ticket. Let me just quickly contextualize this. From the World Health Organization, they say that every year, this was a figure from 2021, 11 million people die from conditions linked to neurological disorders. The causes of death or disability: stroke, neonatal encephalopathy, migraines, Alzheimer's, diabetes, meningitis, epilepsy, autism, and cancers of the nervous system. We have a lot to deal with. And there's a global policy gap, because a study just last October by the WHO said that only 1 in 3 countries around the world had a national policy on this. A national policy to address a growing burden of neurological disorders. That's what we're talking about today as well. So today, the agenda, we're going to have presentations, beginning. Then we have a panel on research. We have coffee break, panels on funding, on turning research to impact, on collaboration, and then some closing remarks and a network lunch. Stick around for that. And some tech tips, housekeeping tips. Zoom, hello to everybody. Where's the camera for this?
In the back.
It's all the way in the back on the letter. It is. Hello, everybody. Those of you who are connected, because it's not just us here, but it's people who are connected from every which where. And for those of you who are connected, you are connected on Zoom, and there is a way to send in. You at the bottom of the screen, there's a thing to hit for Q&A. Is Q&A or is it chat?
Chat.
It's a chat. Yeah, sometimes too. And then for those of you here, there's a roving mic. And please don't be bashful. And I want to get, with each panel, I want to get to questions, right? So we're going to make time for that. Stay to time. The coffee breaks are right outside. Lunch is on the first floor at 13:30. I hope to make a hard and soft landing. Let's start with some Slido. To reach out to you here, to reach out to you, those of you connected via Zoom.
Yes.
If you can.
Don't cheat.
Yeah, don't cheat. Don't cheat. No use of AI to figure this out. In fact, yeah. How many neurons are there in the human brain? Right? 61 billion, 86, 99. Who's the expert here? How many experts we have? Yeah. Let's see. Is it 100 billion? It's in the billions. I can tell you that. So it's not none of the above. All right, 86, I think that tends to be the, so I read a study by the National Institutes of Health. And many, many, many pages talking about which one it could be. You're all correct. But that's also a reason why we have to do more research. All right, and now the next one, let's make this personal. Because our first speaker, we're going to make it personal. But let's make it personal with all of you. And what brain health issues are among your family, or you, or friends? And this is a word cloud, so just type in anything you want. Well, you know, whatever. I might say, I'm not going to write it in, but ma mère française avait Alzheimer's avant qu'elle soit morte. And then in the family, there was childhood epilepsy, and you're rewired. ADHD, boring opitz syndrome, BOS. Okay, you know that? It's a rare genetic disorder. Alzheimer's, dementia, depression, anxiety, schizophrenia, burnout, migraine, dementia is the main one. But there is ADHD, Poulin-de Vries syndrome, interesting. I gotta look that up. Wow, traumatic brain injury. All these reasons why we need more research. Yep. So we made it personal. Thank you for being as frank as you are. This is, of course, anonymous. Yep. We have a lot to deal with, and a lot to talk about today. And let's make this personal also with our first speaker, Helen Rochford-Brennan, Global Dementia Ambassador, a board member of the Alzheimer's Society of Ireland, to talk about her real life experience. Yeah. Helen, please. And a big hand to Helen, please.
Well, as I'm being geared up, without a mic, I just want to say, sit back, relax. Relax, Chris.
Okay.
I'll try and do my best at times.
Thank you.
Fred is over here keeping an eye on me. Good morning, everybody. I'm on today to talk to you about living well with Alzheimer's, brain health, purpose, and possibility. And I also want to talk to you and say that I would like to get rid of silos. I'd like to see one partnership, and I'd like to see one voice. It's a real pleasure to be here with you. And as we say in Ireland, it's great to see a full room. Because we're here because we all care about brain health. Now, some days mine gets me on my toes, let me tell you, but truly it's an honor to be among yesterday and today researchers, clinicians, innovators, and advocates who are working every day to improve brain health across Europe. I'm here from a lived experience, the voice in the room. I'm a woman from the northwest of Ireland who's been living with the neurologic condition of Alzheimer's for the last 14 years. And of course, that has an effect on my short-term memory. Across Europe, Alzheimer's is increasingly recognised within a broader field as for brain health, and for me, framing matters. Because when I talk about brain health, I begin to focus not only on the disease, but on strengthening the brain, building resilience, and helping people to live well, like myself. Now, when many people hear the word Alzheimer's, the first thing that comes to mind is loss of memory, loss of independence, and loss of identity. Yes, I've had all those. But my story today is not just about Alzheimer's. It's about adaptation. It's about resilience. We've plenty of it in COVID, didn't we? And discovering new ways to support brain health and live well with the condition that many people fear. When I was diagnosed with young onset Alzheimer's, it was a huge shock. Like many people, I suddenly faced a future that felt uncertain. I wondered what I might lose, how independence might change, how I would tell my son, my only child, and my husband, that one day I would not remember them, and all the memories that we had back together along the way. All those exciting retirement plans suddenly became fragile. There was no cure. and there is no cure right now, but there was no roadmap. Go home, get on with it. But I often think of something Senator Ted Kennedy Jr. once said after losing his leg as a child to cancer. He said, every person has a purpose in life, and that even our deepest losses are survivable. I think about it often, and that's how I talk about dementia. Yes, diagnosis brings loss, but it does not take away my purpose. What I needed after diagnosis wasn't just information about decline. What I needed was support, strategies, and hope. One of the most important supports I received early on was through cognitive rehabilitation, was through research with Trinity College Dublin, Professor Ian Robinson and the Alzheimer's Society of Ireland. And I always say that's when my journey into life began. Because as a former businesswoman, who had forgotten that she had a diary, forgotten how to take notes, I finally found myself after 10 months that I was being able to participate in this research and get back into doing the things that I did. So becoming organized again, seeing some sense of purpose. Now I have the diary, I have the whiteboard, the house is full of sticky notes, but to tell you the truth, I don't care because it's my house. And if you don't like all the notes on the board, that's fine with me. I guess I've taken apple pie out of the oven without the gloves, so you can imagine the mess my hands were in. And I have also tried to put down the fire, my lovely wood fire, by putting a dishwasher tablet in instead of a fire lighter. So it wasn't easy, but yes, my brain surprises me every day. Cognitive rehabilitation helped me to adapt and to continue living a life while supporting my brain health. It also introduced me to the idea of neuroplasticity as a brain's remarkable ability to adapt and form new connections. And that idea was powerful for me because it meant that even though Alzheimer's affects my brain, the brain is not completely powerless, and there are still ways I can support it. And that discovery led me to something that has become central to my life, keeping my brain active. Brain health isn't just about medication, it's about how I live my life every day. For me, technology has become one of the greatest supports. And I discovered it very much so in lockdown. Keeps me healthy. When I fall, my watch tells me, asks me, is it an emergency? I get a message on my phone telling me my heart rate has dropped to below 39, so I better do something. But at least it's telling me I'm alive. So Alexa is my companion. I ask, in the morning I get up, turn on the radio to see what's happening in the world that we're living in. I can have my favorite piece of music. I can have a poem, something to relax me. And digital reminders help me every day. There's voice notes help me capture my thoughts before they disappear. And AI tools help me structure ideas, prepare talks, and continue drifting to conversations with this. And why am I telling you this? Because this is how we can retrain our brains. And Professor Ian Robinson told me all those years ago that you can retrain your brain. I definitely believe it every day. Without technology, continuously, my advocacy work would be much harder. With the right digital supports, I can still participate, I can contribute, and as you hear, I still have a voice. And another important part of my brain journey is something much simpler, and it's very free. It's called nature. Every day I walk my dog, Lexi. I connect with lots of people, so I'm not isolated. Each morning I open my patio doors and hear the beautiful bird song, and then they remind me they need to be fed. I see new buds on my roses, and that's important to me because in the early days, that's what kept me alive. As a new bud was going to give me a new life. So I think my first speech was from roses to rights. So in Ireland, we're blessed with fresh air, green landscapes. The sea isn't far away from me. So walking, breathing fresh air, listening to the wind or the birds sing, these moments bring calm to my mind and they support my brain health. So nature reminds me to slow down and be present. And sometimes presence is the most powerful medicine that I have. And perhaps the biggest change in my life since diagnosis is purpose. After my diagnosis, I had a choice. I could step back from life or I could step forward. But as a human rights advocate, I chose to step forward. Today, I work with researchers, policymakers, and organisations across Europe and beyond to ensure the voices of people living with Alzheimer's and other neurological conditions are included in research and policy. Because too often people are spoken about and not spoken with. Yet those of us living with these conditions every day have insights that can help shape better research, better services, better policy. I'm not just a patient. I hope I'm a partner in progress. From my many years' experience with scientists, clinicians, and people who live with lived experience, how we collaborate, something more powerful happens because we're one voice or we're on the same page. So research becomes more meaningful, innovation becomes more compassionate, and solutions become grounded in real life. And that is why this matters to me. And that is why I'm still here with you today. As I say, I'm still me. Fred hears this. So each of us here brings different perspective. We share the same goal to improve the lives of people affected by brain conditions. So I'd like to leave you with one message. A diagnosis of Alzheimer's should not mean the end of a meaningful life. With the right supports, I can still contribute and connect and live with dignity while protecting my brain health. And for me, staying active, engaged, and purposeful has helped me keep my brain stimulated. And I'm proud to say that my scans and my neuropsychological tests are still showing encouraging results. I can participate in research, I can shape policy, I can contribute to designing services that will support the future for future generations and people with the same illness as myself and other neurological conditions, because it's very little, it's just a name. And perhaps more importantly, I can remind the world that Alzheimer's is not a story of decline. It's a story of resilience, adaptation, and hope. Living with Alzheimer's has changed my life, but it's also introduced me to meaningful work, extraordinary communities, and a deep sense of purpose. And even when memory becomes uncertain, and there are many days and there are many tears when I don't remember what I was supposed to do, it can still be good because I can make some connection. So we continue today's conversations about brain health and innovation. I encourage all of us to remember one thing. Brain health is not just about brains. It's about people, it's about dignity, and it's about human rights. And I will finish with some more words on Senator Kennedy. The work goes on, the cause endures, the hope still lives, but the dream never dies. I work every day for brain health with hope, because hope is all I have. There's no cure for me, but hope is something Alzheimer's cannot take away from me either. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for being here. I hope we're going to get rid of silos and that we're going to have one voice. And thank you to Carmel Gagan, who spent many years to care of her mother at home in Ireland, and she supports me to travel. So I'm grateful to be here with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you heard anything great that Helen said, which were many, hashtag brain health throughout this event, please keep in mind, hashtag brain health. Also, those of you who are connected. Helen, you talked about the importance of the patient input into research and that you participated in that. We'll panel on that later. How important is that? And can you give an example of how that's worked for you?
Well, it's worked for me that for in the early days, we were not listened to. And how better can you explain to a researcher than the lived experience? So it's how we live our lives and what we need help to live those lives. So if you don't have that table, I don't want to be just sitting at the table. I want to be the voice at the table, and I want to share the importance of having of that, because too long, and I've been involved with Alzheimer's Europe since 2013. You know, it was then that we really started to see across Europe that our voices matter. And so today, I'm pleased to say that I am one of a few people in Europe that sign off on rather large fundings. And if I don't see the voice of the person in that funding application, good luck. That's it's having our voice and understanding, because you know, if you go and when I went and was diagnosed with heart disease many years ago, it was so easy because then other people had spoken about their hearts, but we weren't speaking about Alzheimer's because we were afraid to speak about Alzheimer's because we recognized we were into this mental box, we were all crazy, you know, so that was the problem.
And this partnership for brain health, how can that contribute to that? How can that accelerate this research that includes patients?
I think if anybody here has heard me before, will know that I have a great love for research. But my love for research sees a lot of money wasted in terms of that. If you're keeping me well, if I am staying well, if I am connected, then and I'm living well. Do you know what? The money that's spent, if I wasn't, the money that would be spent on me by the health department because I would be running to the doctor every 5 minutes with the pain in my big toe or some other imaginary illness that I have. And this is fact. We know this from our own research that if we keep us at home or keep us in our own homes as long as we can, our own communities, and our communities understand, we create awareness. We have a wonderful organisation through the Department of Health in Ireland called Understand Together, where the communities understand urological conditions. Not necessarily we have dementia. But I think that is the key thing, is understanding, and take that money, take all that money that you could be wasting on us instead of keeping us healthy. You know, I get 10 hours a week for something that comes from just brain exercise with me. You know, goes for a walk, goes for a coffee, maybe go to the beauty parlour, whatever. But I mean, that's keeping you healthy. So take that money and put it into research. And if we all, every organisation did that, then we wouldn't have the difficulties we're seeing today. No money going into research, it drives me crazy. But, you know, we need to see other ways of how we're not wasting money either in our countries. There's about simple things. Volunteers, you know, taking some of my colleagues, I have somebody to go for a bike for them, go for a walk with them, you know, they're retired, they want to volunteer their time. So I think it's important we look at small things that absolutely cost nothing and take that money and invest it heavily into research.
Yeah, through the partnership, hopefully.
Yeah, through the partnership. Oh, yeah. God, there is only one way forward. It's a partnership. Believe me.
There we go. Helen, thank you so much. Thank you. So I go from the personal to the highly technical, understanding neuroplasticity, how the brain adapts and changes, rewires. And we're lucky to have Monica Di Luca, professoressa of pharmacology, vice rector for research and technology transfer at the University of Milano. Tell us about this. And I'm especially interested because my son rewired in his youth, and he no longer has epileptic seizures. So
Yeah.
it's very interesting. Okay.
Let's see.
Please.
Let's
Yeah.
see.
Very
So let me say first of all that for me it's a great pleasure, and I would rather say it's an honor to be here again in Brussels discussing these important topics, and a great honor to be in the same session with Hélène. I really believe that being together, science and society, is the only way we should go to convince about our topic, our task, and the challenge that we have in front of us. Thank you, Anne. First of all, again, it's a challenge for me because after 20 years in the arena of European Brain Council, thanks to Fred, it's the first time I speak science. So they use me in many different ways here, right? But, so the idea, that I would like to take with you today is talking about neuroplasticity. Let's say whether we can go. Which is a remarkable ability of our brain to adapt, to reorganize, and to change throughout the life, as you said. And for many, many different years, the whole scientific community was convinced that our brain was a relatively fixed organ. Instead, this is really not true. But scientists believe that in somehow, once the development phase was completed, the brain remained fairly stable or fixed. Today, we know that this is not really the case, but the brain is rather dynamic, is constantly reshaping itself in response to experience, to learning processes, to what we receive from the environment, from any stimulus we receive from the environment, and even from adversity. Everything is a challenge for us. And this capacity for change that now we call neuroplasticity is one of the fundamental mechanisms for us as humans to learn, to recover, to cope, to innovate, and to adapt to different challenges. So what we know, because we also discussing these days, that to achieve a complete understanding of a particular physiological phenomenon, as can be this one, this neuroplasticity in the brain, is not really a simple scientific question. It's not a simple task. And in many, many different cases, it's really a challenge. And this is true for the brain space, maybe it's true also for other different health space domains of science. But we are absolutely put in front of the evidence that there are challenges that we cannot solve alone. But what we can do instead is we need cooperation. Oops. So we need cooperation across different sectors to be solved, some typical challenges. Science alone sometimes cannot solve them. Industry cannot solve them either. Neither can civil society or finance or the policymakers, let's say the public institution in general. Instead, what we need is a coordinated effort across multiple domains to solve them, a collective approach that is a creation of a genuine ecosystem that is oriented to a specific challenge as it is the partnership that we generated. And this is the reason why we are all together in this room, because we need a collective effort and the skills of everybody to solve this specific challenge. And we know that brain health is one of these challenges because we are repetitively campaigning from the difficulties to solve and to promote brain health and to understand the brain. And I think that we need many, many steps ahead in the last few years. If we simply look at the definition of brain health that has been proposed a few years ago by the European Brain Council and that we all accept and share, brain health can be understood as the state of brain functioning across cognitive, sensory, social, emotional, behavioral, and motor domains, enabling a person to realize their full potential throughout the course of life, regardless, and we heard about the word of Ellen, whether disorders are present or not. And this definition was important a couple of years ago because it already shifted our perspective, highlighting the fact that brain health can be irrespective from the presence or an absence of the disorders. But what I would like to campaign now and from now on is that we need another paradigm shift now, because we need also to advocate for the fact that brain health should not be considered only a, let's say, a clinical complaint or concern of the individual, but should be really considered and recognized as a strategic asset for the society as a whole. Healthy brains, with the definition of brain health that we have in front of us, are the foundation of advancing our knowledge in the society, to have creativity, productivity, social cohesion, and innovation. And this is essential for the economic development, for the well-being of communities as a whole. And in this sense, brain health is not simply dealing with absence or presence of diseases, but it's really unlocking our individual and collective potential. And this brings us back to the concept of neuroplasticity. I would like to share a few ideas this morning, because I really think that neuroplasticity, which is our capacity to adapt, is really the biological foundation that allows this potential to emerge. So now let's shift to science. This is my ideas that I wanted to share. But what is, in scientific terms and mechanistic terms, plasticity? Here you go. So brain plasticity, again, is our capacity to adapt. But if we scale down to the neuronal level, because we need to do a little bit of scientific travel into the plasticity, this is a beautiful hippocampal neuron, and hippocampus, we know, is one of the areas that is mainly involved in our learning capacity, cognitive capacity. You can see here this protrusion. We call those spines, and these are the antennas of our brain, and on the top of this spine over here, there are synapses, and synapses are the contacts, as we all know, between neurons, right? Where we make these contacts and this interaction. So what is plasticity? Plasticity, if we look into the neuron, is our capacity of the neuron to modify the strength of synaptic connections and modify its response depending upon the stimulus that we receive. So I can increase my capacity or decrease. And even if you look in this movie, you can change the shape, the morphology itself of this synapse. In fact, in scientific terms, the readouts of this plasticity can be twofold. From one side, if it's short term, can be simply functional. So I can ask my synapse to function better, but in other terms can be structural. And this is long-lasting change. And we really, as you can see here, change physically the morphology of the synapse. But we know that this is also happening in consequence of behavior, for example, of a particular cognitive performance. And yesterday we had a fantastic, really short speech of John O'Keefe, who told us that we are in front of a generation that are using different technologies. Now technologies allow us to do brilliant things, right? So technologies basically allow us also to see, look at this movie, if we might see. Technologies now allow to see neurons that get activated in a brain while an animal is performing a task, is learning something. And we can see basically physically which are the neurons. See here how they get illuminated. They make connection, they reshape themselves in consequence of a learning task, of a particular learning. This is incredible because it means that now we have the capacity to understand not only simple interaction between two cells, one cells, but really understand the whole spectrum of the circuit in the brain that are implicated in a given task. And this is a very peculiar task. There is one of our students, PhD student here, Alex over there, that performed this experiment as well. This is a very peculiar test that we decided to use in the lab because this is observational learning. That is to say, we learn by observation. And we know that this is a peculiar capacity of the humans. But we didn't know that it was a human capacity in the rodents. So it's a first demonstration that also the rodents can have this observational behavior. That is to say, we can understand the circuit, and maybe by understanding the circuit and the modification, then we can help in rescuing this phenomenon. And what is incredible here is that this is one mouse here in the cage that is divided by a mesh to another mouse. And this mouse here is our key player because he can decide to press either this button or this button. And with one of these buttons, he can feed himself and his friend. And basically they learn very fast how to press the right button that is feeding himself and the other. But the other is observing. And when we look into the brain shape, remember the spines that I showed you before, the spine of the observer are already grown up, are already morphologically bigger than the other because he learned by observation. So this is plasticity. But what are the molecules, the genes, what are the molecular aspects that are underlying this process? Well, it's not easy to try to understand how this process can occur, how the morphology change. And to do this, basically, I have to say that we need to do a step back. Because we know that synapses are many, and that diversification and specialization of synapses play the key role in the evolution of our brain function. So it's important that we have different types of synapses. But if we really want to target something to help and to have a true impact for the rescue, you need to be very focused. So which is the synapse that we need to target? So for many, many different years, the scientists decided to focus on a specific circuit, which is the glutamatergic excitatory circuit. So it's a peculiar excitatory signaling in the brain. And the reason why we all decided to focus on this particular neurotransmitter, which is glutamate and this excitatory, is because It's strongly related to brain disorders. There are very elegant studies from many different labs in Europe and internationally that, for example, show that, do you remember that little part of the synapse that grown up, right? That changed the morphology of the spine? 130 primary brain disorders are due to mutation of over 200 genes of that particularly tiny nano compartment of our spine. So that compartment is essential. And if we look even simply at the numbers of those spines, those protrusions, we know that the dendritic spine number change with diseases. Here we have, for example, neurodevelopmental disorders that have a higher number of these spines, but they are less mature. They maybe function less. They have less neuroplasticity. Or in Alzheimer's disease, what we need to do is to avoid this decrease of the spine number. So this is what we are fighting for. So we focus there. We know which are the molecular mechanisms. Then I will ask again with the questions like Chris, which are the key molecules, because you have to learn, but this is not true. So we identify many different proteins and targets in this particular synapse. And we know that there are a complex of proteins that can change the number in the surface, because if I have to respond more, I bring more proteins there. If I have to respond less, okay, I stay more quiet. So I can reduce and increase the number of proteins that are available for the neuronal response. But also, since I showed you before that we need the morphological changes, what is happening is that we recently discovered a signal that goes directly from this spine, from this synaptic contact, far away to the nucleus and travel very fast. Maybe you can see this movie, this red light that travel fast, it goes again and again. Here we go again. This is a protein that stays in the synapse, but if we stimulate, goes to the nucleus. Why? Because I need to tell to the nucleus, I need more proteins. I need to be more active. And so it is instructing and supporting the form of plasticity. So we know which are the proteins, we know which are the targets. But what can we do with all this knowledge? What's the sense of it? We discussed it yesterday at the Parliament. What we need, and to keep in our mind, also as scientists in our lab, as young scientists in the lab, that we need to have an impact for the society, and that we need to learn how to capitalize on the results that we achieve in our labs, working together with all the ecosystem, with the society, with civil society, with other partners, with the industry, with policymakers, with everybody. We need to capitalize on the results to have an impact and a benefit for the scientific society. So this is a very old slide that maybe Fred reminds, 20 years ago, it's still valid. There is no bad science and good science, we always said in EBC, but there is a good science of quality that can respond to societal need. So how can we use the knowledge that I showed you? We can use it in many different ways. In the lab, we kept in mind two different ways. First of all, we decided to call these proteins and this target that I show synaptic shaper. It's very fancy. The community likes it because we can shape and reshape the synaptic contact. The first idea was synaptic shaper can we use to produce biomarkers to trace the disease. In the very early phases I showed you before, there is this flip down of the synapse, and yes, this is a scientific results. We have now synaptic shapers that we use still experimentally in cohort of patients to trace early phases of Alzheimer's disease. And they are extremely useful because they really anticipate the neurodegeneration. And second point, can we rescue the plasticity if we touch some of these protein targets? Again, answer is yes. This is Parkinson's disease. Of course, no details, but in the model of Parkinson's disease, if I reinstall one of those proteins that I show, I can increase the spines beautifully, but also the motor performance. So it's twofold, is more for biochemical, but is functional, and same is in Alzheimer's disease. So I really hope that I convince you that we need to work together. The reason why we are here is because we need the partnership to solve of the issue. We need to learn how to capitalize on the results of quality of the basic science to bring it to the patients, to the society, and that the brain and our capacity to adapt is the new infrastructure for our shared prosperity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I just I have a quick question is, one thing that comes to mind, because actually my son is studying this,
Okay.
gene splicing, because you talked about the treatment of the condition. Can we gene splice to prevent
Of course.
this?
Of course, what we know now is that there are proteins derived from genes. So perfect. So what we can say is that some of these genes are too high, others are too low. So with gene splicing, we can simply regulate and target those genes that we want to target.
So it is possible.
It is possible.
Yeah, but that's in the longer term then, right? You're talking about immediate treatment now, but later we can do that, yeah. All right, Monica, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Bye. Bravo, that's good. Grazie, mille grazie. Now, let's talk about the partnership itself. And let's invite Katja Hübner. Katja, yes, Katja, hello, member of the coordination team of European Partnership for Brain Health, project manager. At DLR, I had forgotten that it's the Deutschen Zentrums für Luft- und Raumfahrt, which is very strange. It's air and space research. You're also ex Max Planck Institute. Oh, wow. Well, I'm not really. But anyway, you're going to talk about the priorities and the mission over the next few years of the partnership. Bitte.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I think to explain you why we are somehow connected to space at the DLR and then do that in the coffee break. So that's a long story. So yeah, I think it's going to be hard after all these fancy neuron pictures and videos to keep you entertained. So yeah, I'm from the DLR Project Management Agency. We are coordinating the Partnership for Brain Health, commissioned by the Federal Ministry for Technology, Research and Space. And yeah, it's my pleasure today to give you an introduction into what the partnership's about. And yeah, let's see if that moves. Yeah, so I'll start with a short reminder why we are all here today and what it's all about. You already heard a couple of figures. You also heard from personal experiences. So we are facing huge challenges in the field of brain health in Europe and worldwide. It is estimated that more than 3 billion people currently live with a neurological condition, 970 million people with mental health disorders worldwide. Neurological and mental disorders are now a leading cause of disability and the second leading cause of death in Europe and globally. And with all the demographical changes in the world, it's more current than ever, geopolitical crisis, environmental crisis that we're having. Also economic pressure, this is burden is even going to be increasing, not only for the people living with brain conditions, but also for their carers, their families, and also economies. But in spite of considerable efforts over the last years and huge investments, effective prevention strategies and therapeutic options for mental and neurological disorders are still limited and completely lacking, but also access to treatment is often not equally available to all groups. Therefore, maintaining brain health and coping with the burden caused by brain disorders are paramount for all societies in Europe and beyond. However, given the scale of the problem, no single country or initiative can tackle these challenges on its own. So we need a holistic and collaborative approach to tackle these. What do we actually mean if we say brain health? We've seen this definition now already. So EP brain health is orientating itself on the definition of the WHO. So brain health is the state of brain functioning across cognitive, sensory, social, emotional, behavioral, and motor domains, allowing a person to realize their full potential over their life course, irrespective of the presence or absence of disorders. So this is a holistic view that includes various different factors, and importantly for brain health, for the partnership, brain health encompasses both neurological and mental health alike. So what you can see from this figure, for 2 decades, the EU has funded several large initiatives and programs that have been established to structure and align brain research and to enhance coordination and collaboration in Europe and beyond. These include current and previous initiatives such as the ERNet Neuron, JPND, the former CSA project EBRA, the recently completed Human Brain Project with the current infrastructure eBrains, and many more. All these initiatives have advanced the understanding of neurological, neurodegenerative, and mental disorders. But despite all of that, the European brain health landscape remained largely fragmented, shaped by parallel programs with distant objectives and their own funding motivations. So what the European Partnership for Brain Health is now trying is not to replace what came before, but bring all of that together by widening the scope on a one long-term collaborative framework and going beyond what was there. Therefore, by capitalizing on all of these existing collaborations and established structures, EP Brain Health follows a holistic approach to brain health, overcoming traditional, sometimes indication-related boundaries, and beginning to understand the role of a broad range of influencing factors on the health of our brains. To this end, all relevant stakeholders along the entire translational pathway in the brain health field will be involved, including funders and ministries, researchers, patient organizations, healthcare providers, and representatives of the private sectors, policymakers, regulators, etc. So I will not do the complete list here. In this way, we strive for a new comprehensive brain health ecosystem with tangible benefits for patients, society as a whole, and for competitiveness in Europe. To give you a couple of key facts on the partnership. So it was said before, the partnership was just launched in January. It has a duration of 10 years. As I said, it's coordinated in Germany by the DLR and commissioned by the Federal Ministry of Research, Technology and Space. There are more than 60 partners coming together, bringing financial contributions of around 345 million euros. EP Brain Health is a co-funded European partnership. So European partnerships are an important instrument within the European EU research program, Horizon Europe. The partnerships bring together the European Commission with various partners, including ministries, funding organizations, and other public institutions, but also interesting. They aim to develop and implement joint research and innovation programs in order to achieve overarching EU policy objectives. For this, the EU is contributing 30% of the total budget, so adding around 146 million. So for the whole program, we are roughly around 500 million euros that are there for the 10 years. So if we're having a closer look at the consortium, in total, there are 59 partner organizations from 33 countries within and outside Europe involved currently as partners. And in addition, there are always funders that are participating in the calls on an ad hoc basis. What you can see also from the map, that the consortium covers quite a broad geographical coverage. So there are 25 member states involved, 9 associated countries, including beyond Europe, Canada, Israel, New Zealand, and Turkey, and 2 non-associated third countries such as Australia and Taiwan. And of course, we have just started, so there's 10 years to come. We plan to have more countries joining the consortium during the runtime. The vast majority of partners within this consortium are funders and public funding organizations. In exceptional cases, there were non-funding organizations included as partners, bringing essential skills and expertise to the consortium that couldn't be covered by funding organizations. And these include the European Brain Council, the European Brain Research Infrastructure eBrains, and the French Research Institute in CERN. So all of this is already great success showing that there is a collaborative spirit in Europe and beyond to work together on this important research field. An important milestone in the preparation of EP Brain Health was the development of the joint strategic research and innovation agenda. So there was a preparative project before EP Brain Health started in January. That was the so-called coordination and support action. And here, one of the major milestones was the development of this so-called SRIA. It defines the joint strategic priorities and implementation tools that EP Brain Health is going to follow in the next 10 years. And it was developed under the leadership of our French partners, INR and INSERM, in a consultation process with the scientific community in contact with potential funders, the European Commission, and other stakeholders, such as patients and industry representatives. What you can see here on this rather busy slide is there were 4 research priorities identified. The first one being promoting brain health and preventing brain disease. So the challenge here is to better understand the development and functioning of the brain, and building on this to identify the relevant determinants of brain health at different stages of life. The second priority is improve early detection, diagnosis, monitoring, and treatment options for brain diseases. This requires a better understanding of the pathophysiology and identification of underlying disease mechanisms. Third, is improving treatment, care, and support for people with brain diseases and their caregivers. This challenge requires a comprehensive approach that better translates research findings into actual clinical practice, involves patients in the research process, and adapts care to their needs. This should ensure equal access to care and treatment options for all. And the fourth priority is the integration of social, ethical, and legal dimensions into all these fields. The aim is to promote social sciences and humanities research in the field of neuroscience. This, among other things, this is important in order to better understand social, economical, legal, ethical, and individual aspects of brain health across the entire life. In addition to these 4 research topics that were prioritized, there's quite a large portfolio of cross-cutting topics that have been identified, ranging from improving the translation of research results to standardization and data harmonization, targeted treatment options, promoting the next generation of researchers. All these cut across all the 4 different research priorities as transversal aspects, all tailored to achieve tangible and sustainable improvements for societies in Europe and beyond. And so the 3 is published. So I put the QR code on there. We have a website, and I also have the QR code at the end of the presentation. So in case you would like to read the whole set of priorities written in there, just follow that QR code. For all of these topics, it's important that EP Brain Health embraces to involve all of the stakeholders along the entire translational chain. In particular, these include funders that support a wide range of research approaches, from basic research, translational research, and clinical research to implementation research, but also all the stakeholders that are needed along this pathway, such as patients, industry representatives. They're each active at the different points in the translational chain. The overarching goal is ultimately to promote and accelerate the translation of research results into application. However, the implementation of new innovations themselves, so right at the very end of this pathway, is not within the scope of EP Brain Health, as it's largely related to healthcare systems and lies outside of the scope. The partners in EP Brain Health have developed an overall joint vision and mission of EP Brain Health. So the vision is improve brain health for all, developing scientific knowledge as a ground to promote brain health throughout lifetime, to prevent and to cure brain diseases, as well as to improve well-being of people living with neurological and mental disorders in Europe and beyond. The mission we follow is centered around research. It is to support brain health research and innovation by strengthening transnational collaboration and alignment, and to promote the translation of results into tailored solutions for prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and care accessible for all. In order to realize the shared vision, there have been 3 general objectives formulated, so it's a lot of text. I'm not going to read them all to you. But the first objective focuses on improving the scientific knowledge around the different levels of prevention. The second objective is targeting solutions for a diagnosis, treatment, and care. And the third, focusing on establishing the partnership as an innovative collaborative structure. These 3 objectives are feeding into 4 central hubs that the partnership is moving around. So these have been formulated to align efforts and results towards the EP's overarching objectives, outcomes, and impacts. So these hubs are increasing competitiveness, accelerating innovation, building capacities for research, and structuring the BrainHealth ecosystem. All of these are topics that are at the core of many EU member states, also the Commission. And within these hubs, the partnership offers a broad portfolio of activities and actions. So I will not give you all of the activities that we're planning to do. So I think this will take way too long, yeah. But I will give you a couple of examples that we're going to do. And we will also hear more about that in the different panels anyway. So research funding is at the core of the partnership. So that's why it's the first block. So there's an extensive portfolio of transnational calls being planned in the partnership. I will not go into detail now because I will talk about this a little bit later in more detail. But in total, there are 27 calls planned throughout the whole runtime of BrainHealth. It's a variety of different calls, but all the partners bringing together 345 million euros as national and regional budget to fund research.
I have a quick question on that, because you talked about altogether about $500 million over 10 years. Sounds like a lot, but actually over 10 years, maybe it's a drop in the bucket. Are we talking, is there any estimate of how this could maybe stimulate more private investment? Is there public-private?
The ultimate goal is to, we are just starting, right? So we are trying to get together all the people in one table. And so it's supposed to start accelerating.
Yeah, so there could be a multiplier effect then.
Yeah, but for now, so there's at least the partners in the partnership for now have this budget that they're going to, I don't want to say play, but spend over the 10 years.
Yeah, that's your Spielraum.
Yeah, exactly. In addition to the funding activities, there's a broad portfolio of interpretive activities around several thematic areas pursued in a total of 10 work packages. And the first area is fostering translation of brain results into practice by engaging with the private sector, but with users and regulatory bodies. Just a couple of examples of what is planned in this 10 work package 4. So there will be roundtables, matchmaking events, mentoring, hackathons, and of course, supporting researchers along this pathway of translation into practice. Equally important is to empower and engage science and society. So what is important here in the partnership is to involve and engage patients at every level of research, including co-design and also co-creation. There will be knowledge exchange and dialogue. There will also be training for researchers, training for patients, for inter- and interdisciplinary collaboration. There will be a patient advisory board, and of course, an RI strategist. The next thematic area, in addition, is strengthen international collaborations and global outreach. So there will be activities to enhance global visibility by knowledge exchange and engagement with global initiatives and global players. There will be science diplomacy events, the global BrainHealth campaign, strategic exchange and alignment with possible future partners as well. The next thematic area is aligning strategy and priority setting. So here we will have the strategy, but I just very, very briefly presented this here. Will of course need to be aligned with the evolving priorities of the 10 years. So there will be an update of this here. There will be engagement with stakeholders and the scientific community. And the last area that I would like to present is the building resources for the future of brain health. So this is, for example, done by improving the use of and also facilitating access to research infrastructure, databases, tools and services by promoting high quality standards, including fair data and rigorous methodologies, and also by supporting early career researchers, for example, by paper awards, travel grants, summer schools, and mentoring. And as you can already see, just from these examples that I brought, so it's a very broad portfolio. As I said, it's not everything, so there's way more. So I'd like to invite you to visit our website, to sign up for our newsletter, also for social media, and to stay updated, to figure out what activities are going to be planned, because we just started, and also not to miss anything. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. We're actually out of time, but maybe we can take one quick question. If anybody has one question, and then we have later on, we'll have a coffee break. You can talk to Katja at will. So it's no quick question. Yes, please. Oh, sorry.
Paolo Zartin, Director of Scientific Research, Italian Multiple Sclerosis Society.
Joe.
So thank you very much for this comprehensive presentation. I have a question. These days, many different patient organizations, stakeholders focus on brain health agenda from different perspectives. So, and it's very clear that there is a plan for the engagement of so-called internal stakeholders, so stakeholders closely linked to European brain health partnership. So I wonder if you have any plan to also leverage on the agenda of the other ongoing initiative. I mean, there's one neurology, there is many different initiatives that are indeed, engaging the brain health research agenda in different manner. So my question is there any federated kind of engagement of external stakeholders moving forward that can also go and enrich what European Brain Partnership is doing?
So I'll try to be short. So there will be, of course, exchanges with all kinds of initiatives that are relevant in this. So we have within different work packages, SIX, for example, is doing outreach as well. So there will be alignment as well. And we will, of course, try to reach out to incorporate all these different people and initiatives that are out there.
So there is a forum, mechanism.
So we have we are building something that's called collaboration platform, and we also have a networking platform. So it's just being built because we just started, but there will be different subgroups depending on stakeholders that are going to be incorporated there to allow exchange in this group, but also, of course, with the partnership, depending on the different needs of the work packages.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you. Grazie. Thank you. Und vielen Dank. Vielen Dank, Katja. Thank you. Big hands to Katja. Vielen Dank. And I look forward to finding out how Air and Space are in charge of this. Very interesting. And it makes a lot of sense for the astronauts, right? So anyway, let's go to panel one. Try to stay on time. Back to basics. How do you conduct research with the patients and the researchers? How do you get them involved to improve people's lives? How do you develop community engagement? There's co-creation, there's empowering and engaging science, society, and patients. How do you do all of those at the same time? What I'd like to do is a quick lightning round, so you get acquainted with all the speakers. Let's begin with Orla Galvin, Executive Director, European Federation of Neurological Associations, EFNA. Orla, tell us about yourself.
Hi, Chris. Hello to everyone in the room and to everyone online. You're very welcome. As you mentioned, I'm the Executive Director. What's that your mouth? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I'm the Executive Director with EFNA, the European Federation of Neurological Associations. So under our umbrella are other umbrella organisations across Europe that are condition-specific patient policy and advocacy groups. EFNA actually is celebrating 25 years of existence this year.
Congratulations.
which shows that the idea of patient involvement in all things nothing about us without us from concept to clinic has been around for quite a long time. What is fantastic to see is that Europe, the EDC, the DLR are really pushing this forward with this European partnership on brain health. And together with Gamian, which represents the patient community and the mental health side, we're very much part of the advisory. You saw on one of the slides that Katya showed,
Right.
the patient advisory board that engages patient expertise and insight from the very beginning of this project to the end.
Very good. Perfect elevator pitch. Thank you. On to Simone de Joanna, Executive Director, European Psychiatric Association.
Yep.
EPA. It's a different EPA that I know about. Yes, tell us about yourself, Simone.
Hi everyone, I'm Simone. I'm Belgian, which not many people believe in. I'm also Italian, which is easier to believe, I suppose. I've been in medical association for about 10 years. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better. Yes. For all those watching from afar. Yes, that's especially important. Hey, everybody.
I am also an informal carer, having 2 persons in my family living with type 1 bipolar disorder. And for the last 2 years, I've been serving as executive director of the European Psychiatric Association. The EPA is the main association representing psychiatry in Europe. Our mission, of course, is to support people with lived experience by raising the profile of the profession and supporting the psychiatric community. We have a very, very active collaboration with the European Brain Council, FNAM, with Gamian Europe, which is part of our board. And we're going to be happier to be here and to be involved in the partnership.
Right. Welcome, welcome. And then finally, Melanie Nates, Senior Policy Officer at the NWO, that's the Netherlands Organization for Scientific Research. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, yes. She could join us. Nadia Kovalsson. Hello. The Head of Sector for Mental Health and Dementia, Ministry of Health, Slovenia. Tell us about yourself.
My name is Nadia Chubal.
I need to put the mic on. Where's the button? There we go. Yes.
My name is Nadia Chubal. I work at the Ministry of Health since 2004 on the field of mental health, and since 2016 on the field of dementia also. So I was involved in the preparation of national program for mental health and also for dementia. And I think that most important for our ministry, our country, is that we are an aging population, and therefore this brain health is very important for our nowadays and also for development. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Let me go first to and have your questions ready, because I'd like to go to your questions. Patient engagement. Let's start with that, Orla. From a patient advocate perspective, how can involving patients in research benefit both patients and researchers?
So this is something that we get asked all the time. And for both patient communities and researchers who have been involved in good patient engagement, they recognize the value. So let's start very first of all with the research community. As Helen rightly mentioned earlier, you would be hard pushed to find a funding call in health research that does not require patient engagement or patient involvement in the research program. The programs, applications that tend to do best are those that have patient involvement included throughout the program, not just on that dissemination. And why does that help you? Well, first of all, you need to be able to describe the research that you're doing well to be funded. You need to be able to describe it in the same way to a patient as to the sponsor. That's number one. It will help you in your introductions for your thesis if you're a student, for writing your peer-reviewed publications, for when you're an author. Next of all, what we want to achieve with a good brain health research program is to foster more targeted, better outcomes, more meaningful research, because good research fosters more research. And that's the overall objective. Another phrase that you will have heard today is the idea of linking science and society. So with the major funding programs that you all as researchers want to have access to, you want to get some of that state, that member state funding and that EU funding. You need to be able to show that you understand and can bridge that gap between science and society. And here we mean by society, people with the lived experience. What is meaningful to them? What is your research going to achieve that is targeted towards a particular health-related, brain health-related community? And in that way, your research will be very successful, very targeted, communicated more, and you will generate that interest and build the momentum for further, better research. Another way then that transitions the link between the benefits to the researcher to the benefits to the patient community is, okay, I don't know how many of you in the room are scientists, but you understand feedback loops in a general concept. Most cycles, you need a good feedback mechanism. So to have good preparedness for the patient community, for what's to come, insights that are coming, you need to include the patient community and the caregiver community in that feedback mechanism. Thereby, the community of patients is prepared for what is coming. It elevates hope, it drives momentum and discussion at national level, at European level, again, fostering that interest, investment, more research, better outcomes for patients.
Okay, great. Let me move to Simone. Great, bravo. Simone, if I can sort of develop that linkage, how does society impact mental health and vice versa?
Yeah, does this work? Yes.
Yeah.
The EPA currently represents about 80,000 psychiatrists all over Europe, 47 national psychiatric associations in total. One of those psychiatrists, Sir Graham Thornycroft, insisted just a few weeks ago on an EPA webinar we were carrying out on stigma around the idea of social context.
That was my next question. Go ahead.
See?
Yeah. Good. Very good. Great.
Sorry.
Linkage. It's great.
And I think it boils down to that. And if I can maybe illustrate that through a personal story, I think, I mentioned before that I'm also an informal carer. Two of my immediate family members live with bipolar disorder. One is in their late 80s. The other one is in their early 20s. And you can see a world of difference in the way those two persons interacted and struggled and engaged with their condition. One came from a time where in Italy we still didn't have the Basaglia law, so psychiatric institutions were still there, and the baseline of how to deal with mental health was to basically lock it away, make it disappear, not show it. The other one is leading a full life, has a partner, has graduated university, and has friends. And this is all it is about. At the end of the day, it's a two-way relationship. Healthy societies incorporate people with lived conditions, but conversely, if they fail to do that, this comes at a huge burden, not only for the individual, but also for the community as a whole.
Okay, very good.
Sum it up.
Yeah, I want to get back to that stigma, but let me move over to Nadia about the skills that we need to do this.
About skills to overcome our bubble and to influence growth. You need professional but also personal skills. I think you have to have certain knowledge, and you have to be aware that nowadays the science is very structured, and you are quite limited not only on the science field, but also in the cooperation, collaboration, or just communication with support society or different parts of societies. There's one saying that everyone can learn from one clever man, but only very clever man can learn from everyone. So we have to be aware that patients and lived experienced people, they have knowledge that scientists and also public officials we do not have. So we have to listen and we have to have knowledge to understand what they are talking about.
So it's knowledge, skills. Can you give a concrete example of that?
Concrete example may be funny. I was in the actually running the group which make our mental health act proposal. And psychiatrists in this group, they try to run the field of NGOs, and judges and lawyers, they try to make influence on the medical treatment field. And NGOs, they were vulnerable. They have their own agenda, but sometimes they were influenced from one or the other party.
Okay.
So to overcome these obstacles, they need to learn to listen to each other.
Listening is a skill, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Orla, I can come back to you. What about the partnerships, European Partnership for Brain Health? What's its role in this, in promoting this link between patients and researchers?
I think it has huge potential, not just to have that linkage between science and research, like it was displayed in the earlier presentation. Patient engagement is included from the very beginning. And like that, it leads to more targeted research, more streamlined research, and the hope is that it's going to lead to research that yields outcomes that are more meaningful for patients. And by including society within science, you also help break down some of the barriers that people living with neurological conditions face. So there's a lot of stigma and discrimination and fear around neurological conditions that comes from a lack of knowledge, a lack of understanding. And in that regard, actually, the communication element, the dissemination element of the Brain Health Partnership and the research therein has huge potential to improve quality of life, not just in the very specific research part of it.
Okay. Let me continue with that thought about stigma and come back to Simone about how can the scientific community help to overcome stigma?
Well, I think that the data shows quite clearly. Well, in general, our Vice President Professor Kerto was mentioning this yesterday at the European Parliament. The average DALYs that linked to comorbidities in the last 30 years has been decreasing. You can see that the same figure does not apply when you look at mental health. It's the focus group. We could look at anxiety disorders, ADHD, stress-related disorders. I think that this still speaks to a dynamic where the community-based approach, that what we call and precision psychiatry, the idea of looking at the patient and really tailoring the approach, starting from the patient, is really improving the negative or the misperception, let's say, around mental health condition and the stigma that not only the patient suffered, but also the treating doctor. One quite interesting study that was recently released by the Flemish Psychiatric Association shows that there is a very high level of stigma, not only affecting the patients, but also psychiatrists. And psychiatrists, not only within, say, the general opinion, but also with other medical specialties. It's quite interesting because the study interviewed several psychiatrists at different career stages, and especially the younger ones reported at least once in their lifetime, in their professional life, they've experienced situations where their profession or being their professional choice was questioned by other peers in another medical specialty. So to answer your question, finally getting there.
No, it's all right. Even that preface, good.
No, but I think researchers in general play a key role in that, not only because it's about awareness, it's about showing what the condition really is, what it is to live the condition, but also what the profession really is. What are we looking at? What is psychiatry? What does it really mean to treat a patient? And what does it mean to do so together with the patient themselves, working with patient associations and putting them at the very core of care?
Okay, let me ask Nadia about this. Your ministry has a strategy, a national dementia management strategy. Can you tell us about that? And maybe is there something about stigma linked to that too?
Yes, we have the second strategy. The first was adopted in 2016. This second strategy was, we accepted special national program because the Slovenia is quickly aging society, and therefore we said that this is one of main public issues to mention. Now, important is to have this basic strategic program because this enables us to every move we make, we know that we are going to right direction. Maybe I can emphasize from this strategy that we set the goal to establish special sui generis public institute. It's National Dementia Institute, because we noticed that these problems are intersectional, and we faced many differences to overcome these differences. And there are also other reasons to establish this kind of institution. And maybe our first goal is prevention. And we noticed that promotion and prevention activities, they are not so separate from other activities for healthy aging.
Mhm.
From the cradle to the grave.
Yeah.
It's important to raise awareness, and maybe in connection with NGOs, is also that it's very important to educate and enable people to take care of their own health.
Okay, very good. How long has this strategy existed?
Strategy was accepted in 2023 and it's until 2030.
Okay, so it's fairly new. Are you seeing results from it yet?
As I said, the first strategy was adopted in 2016. The results are, as I said, it's important to have these national strategic programs, because then every step you make, you know if this step is toward the right goal. So it was a public call after the first strategy in 2017, and this call was very successful because we forced the psychiatrists, the neurologists, social workers, and NGOs to cooperate to get these tasks. And
Good.
yes,
And it worked.
yes,
Very good. Good. I'd like to go to questions. I have others myself, but I'd like to to get out to the audience, and also those are online, if we have any online questions coming in. Any questions out here? Yeah, Helen, please.
Thank you. Thank you for discussing strategy. I just want to probably an observation on one and another short question for Orla. Orla, one of the things that I will always be remembered for, I think, when I came for research, was that I looked down about 12 years ago at a huge audience over at Parliament, and I said to myself, I'm the only one in this room not paid. I didn't want to be paid, but I wanted to be respected. So today, I want to say for researchers that are in the room, and I'm just wondering if you have this knowledge now that it's happening, is that I remember people participating in research, I can tell you, didn't get a glass of water. So where's the respect there, and where's the dignity of the person with dementia? Is that at the beginning that we're no longer ticking boxes, that we are part of sitting at the table when that research is thought about, and that we're through the whole journey of the research until it's finalized. That's a problem that in some countries still exists. The other one is to do with stigma. Okay, stigma. Does it exist? Did I stigmatize myself? Yes, I did for a year. So what happens is, we was crazy, was going to be never seen again, for some of those extremely busy in our community and our country. So stigma, I honestly believe, starts with clinicians. When we're diagnosed, no matter what neurological condition, when we're diagnosed, that we should get better information about, yes, you can live again. Yes, Helen, you can go home and you can do a lot of the things that you did before with support. We don't hear that. We don't hear, whether it's my young friend that has mental health issues, it's not really told, and that really disturbs me, that we're still talking about stigma. We're spending billions and billions all over the world on stigma, and we have to stop. We have to stop spending that money and invest that more of that money into research. And we have to make greater awareness. Yes, we talk about awareness. Is the awareness really, really there? So are the faces of the patients at the front creating that awareness? And it's an area that still disturbs me, to be honest with you, that we're stigmatized as much as we are. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be after all these years and all the money that's invested. So I'm asking clinicians, please give us a better roadmap. I know for us at home, we have in Ireland, we now have memory clinics that we're referred on to, and that helps to some of the supports there, helps us not to walk away with the feeling that we will never do anything again. So sorry to take them. So
That's all right. Questions to Orla, I guess, right?
Okay, so the first question was around what is the position when it comes to patient expertise being appropriately financially compensated? And the situation is actually still quite diverse. And some of that depends on whether we take a look at the organizational level and the individual level. So at the organizational level, what you will find is that it is no longer acceptable for us to say, oh, thank you so much for giving us this. I'm just so happy to be here. Just thank you. No, we have value. We contribute significantly. Major advances come because of patients and because of caregivers. Better methodology, better protocols, better trials, better trial outcomes are derived because of the input of patients and caregivers. And at the NGO level, that is known. Patients know that about themselves. NGOs know that about themselves. So that is no longer accepted. We get requests all of the time. If our time doesn't have a time allocation and a budget allocation, if both of those things are not given to us, no, sorry, but it's not good enough. And that's a fact. Now, on the individual level, it varies depending on a number of things, because many individuals are still in their education, are still in their working environment when they are diagnosed with a neurological condition. And if for some reason, owing to their neurological condition, they have to come out of the workforce, and are receiving some form of disability or sick benefit, they then cannot, they are then excluded from being able to participate, to provide their expertise. Now, some countries in Ireland, only recently, that has changed, but for many people, they can't actually continue to engage even on a voluntary basis because their social media and things are being monitored. And that's not okay, because you might do one major contribution for one project, but you have to pay one whole year's worth of tax deductions because of that. That's not okay, and it's not fair, and it's something that we need to work towards. But like that, at the NGO level, very much it's not tolerated anymore, that, you know, you're just grateful to be present. And at the individual level, then it varies depending on the individual circumstance.
Simona, you had something to add, I think, or about it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just to bounce back on your comments, and I think I couldn't agree with you more, Orla, and we shouldn't be talking about stigma, right? But the truth is that we still are. It's still a reality. If we look at what in our reality at the EPA, we've engaged with Gambian Europe and EU Family Patients Care Association for almost 10 years. They're an active part of our board, and it's been now a established practice at the EPA that every output that is produced by the association includes systematically the perspective of patients and carers. And at the same time, sorry, and I will.
Go ahead,
yeah, I think that. Sorry, I lost my train of thought, so I will.
We can come back. Staircase, we can come back to that.
Okay.
Nadia, you want to get some?
Yes, if I can. I agree with you about the amount of money which was spent for stigma without any real result. But I do not agree about the comment that the result should be already here, because we are talking about changing our minds, our opinion. This is a long process. But I support your comment, and we should make this evaluation about these projects on stigma. We just spent money and we do want to result. I agree.
Simona, you had a senior moment, now came back, okay.
Thank you for bearing. No, I think to come back on the idea on the notion of stigma, I think one very, very big effort that the EPA is making, and we're really trying to work as actively as we can on that, is to train clinicians, especially young clinicians, to understand and really listen to their patients from the very start, from day one, which is a key leadership skill that we realize that very often formal training does not provide. So the EPA life courses, summer schools, leadership academies now are really very, very much focusing on doing that. And from the EPA perspective, it's not just a skill that a psychiatrist should have, but any mental health any health professional dealing with patients and in a patient-facing position should have.
Okay, we're gonna
To bring patients into the colleges, as we do sometimes in Ireland.
Yeah.
You know, we go and speak in the college and train the students before they
Mike,
you know, it's about training. They can start. So for the academics in the room, you know, please bring the patient into your courses, whether it's no matter what you're doing in the health sector, because the voice of the person really. I remember a nurse one time saying to me, "I remember you. You came and you told me when they were in the final year what it was like," and she was the only one I had to tell you on the ward that knew exactly how to treat me. So
there you go. Exactly. Perfect case in point. Yes, please, question back here. Can you stand up so we see a name, rank, serial number, please?
I'm Tomas Ryan. I'm a professor of neuroscience in Dublin. I'm also chair of the advocacy committee for the Federation of European.
Another Irish person.
Yes, neuroscience.
We're overrepresented, but okay, I'll work on it.
But I represent research neuroscientists across Europe. I think what we've seen today and what we saw yesterday at the Brain Health Summit is how powerful and how important patients' organizations are in really making an impact with policymakers and driving motivation for investment in brain health and in catalyzing coordination across Europe in brain health and brain research. But I have to say, I think we need a lot of caution around the view that patients' organizations should be involved in research from the beginning. I'm
Why?
not a patient organization person, but I have been a patient. And I want successful patient outcomes. And when you look at successful science versus unsuccessful science, successful science is a science that crosses boundaries, that pushes frontiers, and leads to unanticipated outcomes. At the Parliament yesterday, we heard from the President of the European Research Council, and she pointed out that even scientific committees can't predict where science is going to lead. So they fund the best scientists they can that lead us into unanticipated directions. Certainly politicians don't know what to fund. And I would argue that clinicians and patients are not the best people either to say what we should be initiating in. And we heard also from a Nobel Prize winner whose work laid the foundations for how we understand the hippocampus. We simply would not understand Alzheimer's disease or be able to treat it or have biomarkers for it the way we are today without research that was just based on the best curiosity-driven science that basic researchers can make. Now, I'm not talking about clinical trials.
That's different. Then it's
I'm not
important to
talking about
have
translational research that
the
is
input.
involving patients.
Yeah.
I'm talking about possibly those 60% of the research going on in the BrainHealth partnership is science that is, as we look at what is successful in the history of science, the most impactful things that have changed outcomes for patients have come from scientists autonomously deciding what is the best thing or most interesting thing they can do, and then acquiring the resources to do that competitively. I don't say that at all to dismiss the importance of patients in this broader process and in this community. But I think that when we try and place it everywhere because it's a good slogan, it can actually result in, we can have a situation where we get worse outcomes for patients, because the evidence throughout the world and throughout the history of science is that we know what produces excellent science.
Interesting caveat. Anybody on the panel want to mention? Because it wasn't really a question, but yes, not yet. It's more a statement.
Yes, it wasn't really a question, and I don't know personally, Mr. So you shouldn't take it personal what I will say. I think it's important that we listen to one another. And for science, it's the most important to remember that the starting point was methodical doubt. So we shouldn't think that we know everything, and we should be like a children open to the new knowledge. And this is fine.
Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, we have less than 10 minutes left, so let's try to make that count. Yes, please.
Hi.
Maybe you can stand up so we can see us. Yeah.
Thank you to all the panelists. I am Carmen Gagan. I'm from Ireland as well. I was a carer for my mom, so I got very involved in research when I went back to education to be a better voice for mom, who had a very late diagnosis for mixed dementia. Also, I then became a patient. But yeah, I don't agree, obviously, with Thomas. I think our voice is very important at the beginning. And I think sometimes academics feel because we are a member of the public that we just don't have neurons and all the brain cells that work. But I also think that one day, as you said, you became a patient, you know, it doesn't matter. We need all views, all walks of society to get involved. It's not one or the other. And to go back to PPI being rewarded at the table, I suppose, it's not always monetary. We want to be co-authors. We want to co-present. We want to learn as well. Like we're there in the process of educating ourselves. We're not there to sit and look and say we're PPI. That is not why we're there. And we're there to educate the young, because that's where the future is going to change. It's all the young clinicians training now. They're the ones. And it's a privilege to go into universities and speak to them and see how they're like a sponge soaking up. And we went to speak, just one example, we went to speak in Galway University to the nurse and midwifery just about 2 years ago, even that. There were 39 community district nurses, and I asked them, had they questions for Helen? And then not one had a question. And I thought, you have to have a question. And they finally, a brave person at the back goes, I've never seen anyone like Helen. They'd only seen people with advanced dementia. So there's a big learning. And of course, they don't have access in community. They're only going to visit people who are really advanced at home or in a hospital. So it's so important that we all collaborate. And that's the whole thing about partnerships. Thank you.
Okay, so that was more of a statement. That's right. Orla, you wanted to add something or comment on that?
Yeah, so I have met this gentleman Tomas a couple of times in different panels and as part of the EBC board. And I think maybe not to get the patient community up in arms about this, I think there's a lot of good research has already begun that can be followed through, that can have meaningful outcomes for patients. But a lot of that good research came from the type of research that Tomas has described. So you need both. And is it fair to say that there is that word of caution is not to in any way exclude the type of research you were describing?
Okay, sure. Can we, I'm sorry, dude, another, you wanted to add something?
I agree with what you just said.
Yeah.
But my point is, the type of research I'm describing is where all of medicine has come from.
Hold that thought. Let's give you a line. Hold on one sec. Maybe this question of, decision making and consultative role or something like that, right?
I wouldn't divide these kinds of research the way we are. I think that's where we put ourselves into these traps. What I'm saying is when you're doing scientific research, it has to be driven by the science because that's what makes it successful. By all means, it should be communicated to patients. By all means, when we're advocating for funding, that it should involve patient organizations. What I'm saying is when we've added this ingredient of patients being involved in the design of the science, that is not how the basic understanding of disease that we have, the advances that we have come from. 100% of it has come from discovery-based science, which is investigated and then is brought into society. When you bring society into the science that we would like to have but doesn't exist yet, it is impossible to make new discoveries. We're just going to be confirming what we already know. It is going to be low quality science. And everybody here who's a scientist knows that what I'm saying sounds very stark here, but it's actually very uncontroversial, vanilla understanding of how science works.
Okay, that was a final opinion. Yes.
Can I just give you one example where
we can talk about this during the coffee break too.
One example where that isn't the case is that the ladies here will tell you when you're a patient advocate involved in multiple research projects, particularly when it's condition specific, something that scientists, and by the way, my background as a scientist, I have PhD in experimental medicine, I know what I'm talking about, is that scientists actually don't communicate when they fail. You don't get publications about what went wrong. But when you have patient involvement in the process of the research, patient advocates know when things go wrong. And when they're engaging with other researchers, sometimes you already know things that aren't going to work. And in that way, patient involvement can truly elevate basic research. It's just one example, but just to not completely exclude it.
Okay, good. C'è una domanda, per favore.
Un commento.
Un commento.
Comments.
Va bene.
Comments. I think that this is a very challenging process. We need all to learn together how to really engage patients from the beginning in research and in the BrainHealth mission. So I think that we should allocate more efforts in working with patients, working with those people to understand how this should work. Because from the beginning, each of us has to see their own return of investment in doing this, including patients. So in the era to comments about the idea that patients should not be involved in science or in designing science. We're in the era of mission-driven research, and how can we think that patients cannot bring their own experience to inform science? This is if this is the case, we need to ask ourselves a lot of questions and start from zero. So it's for us to find out the right governance, the right way to engage patients from the beginning, as all the other stakeholders understand what should be their return in being engaging, and the return of all the stakeholders, being clear about how we're going to measure this as well.
Yeah.
So, but this is about, the mission
Yeah,
and
you-
brain health, in my opinion.
All right, how do you determine the parameters of the role of the patient in all of this? Ongoing discussion, obviously. Can I move, is there another question out there before because I have another one? For Nadia, actually, Prominent. It is a project, right? A public-private project for neurodegenerative diseases or disorders. Can you talk about that, how that is worked? Because I asked earlier about public-private and how it will be important to mobilize the private side.
Yes, of course, it's because as I said, the Slovenian population is aging quite quickly and neurodegenerative problems will rise rapidly. And this kind of project can improve everything from prevention to the treatment, or maybe also psychosocial support and engagement in the society. Then it is important that you start this project like an umbrella, and you want to connect many different stakeholders and also youths. In the first call, which was now in January, I believe, in Slovenia, 17 institutions, scientific, sent the applications, and we are surprised. So if we are 2 million country with 17 interested institutions, I can only imagine about this in other countries. And I think this is the proof that these things are important.
Okay, I think we're coming to the end. We got 4 minutes left. Maybe each of you could we do a lightning round final comment. What should our takeaway be from this panel discussion about conducting research and enrolling the patients? Yeah, can we start with right, Simone?
Yes,
Sorry.
sure. No, I think that we'll have to sum up in this, at least, when we look at the EPA, I mean, our focus, of course, is primarily clinical. So in our case, I was thinking about what Thomas was mentioning. The involvement of the patient community, I think, has a different dimension in our day-to-day work, and needs to be there basically day in, day out, in everything we do. When it comes to partnerships like this, I think for us it's what has become incredibly clear, and I think our work with BBC has really helped us. That is to really take psychiatry out of the silo and managing, say, our discipline in very close relationship to neurology, to clinicians in other disciplines, but also to research. So the strong collaboration that we have now with neurosciences. Tomorrow we have a webinar with FENS, with the Federation of Neuroscience Societies, with 850 registrants, which is a bit scary. It's becoming a conference.
Pretty good.
So
For a webinar, wow.
Let's see how it's gonna go. But yeah, so I think this is the main takeaway. I think we're not alone in this. Although the results we can achieve by sticking to our own discipline and by staying by ourselves are very, very limited. But what we're seeing now is, and I think we delve into this concept of whole person health, as mental health, brain health. They really are part of a much, much wider spectrum. We have our Congress coming up in Prague in a week time. And my team here, we're a little bit stressed about it, but we're having sessions with cardiologists, with diabetologists, with oncologists, and we couldn't be happier because at the end of the day, it's about that. It's about being able to bring basically that perspective into different disciplines.
Orla, as head of the European Federation of Neurological Associations, and I saw that before you were at Retina International, is that right? Involving also patients in that way. So anyway, what's the takeaway from this panel?
So I think the approach that the European Partnership of Brain Health is taking by encompassing researchers, clinicians, scientists, a focus on policy, patients and caregivers is giving Europe the opportunity to elevate its position when it comes to brain health, not only in the research side of things, but on the outcomes side of things and understanding the fundamentals of the brain and the nervous systems, but also the impacts to European society. So I only have very high expectations and very high hopes for this project.
Very good. Good. And a final word then from Nadia. Final sum up.
Yes, I also think that collaboration of science with patients and also state management with patients and everything. It's important, especially for science. I will repeat, and I'm sorry that I will repeat, but I think that if you forget the first step of science, it is methodical doubt. It's not a believing. Then you are not a scientist, you are a believer. It's 100% this and 100% that this is not the right way. This is the bubble. Scientific bubble can also be a bubble. So we have to be open and listen to each other. And patients, they not only have this right, we are not talking about rights, we are talking about knowledge. Patients have some knowledge we need. Thank you.
Nadia, thank you very much. Orla, Simona, big hand to all three of you. Thank you for the questions. Let's get the next panels. Now we have coffee break, and after that we come back to talk about funding call opportunities. See you then. Back at 11:35.
L'idea è un'unione del nostro forum, poi l'idea poi sarebbe sicuramente riuscire a portare dentro persone che poi no.
So I understand.
Thanks, everybody, for coming back. With that intense networking going on, I felt really bad about breaking that up, but there will be lunch. The conversations can continue. So why don't we get started? Coming back now we're talking about funding opportunities, how the partnership can promote research funding through these funding call opportunities. Katya Prudno once again, coordination team, EP BrainHealth. Yeah, can you quickly tell what is the link with the space, air and space? Can you say that in 30 seconds?
Not sure, but I will try. So it's more historical. So we are, it's basically the company DLR has historically attached together. We are not all of us are doing space somehow. Okay. So I'm working in health research, so I'm not doing anything in space unless it's health related.
Okay, all right. Well, it's well known. At least when I lived in Germany, it was the DLRs.
Yes, so none of us are flying to the moon or in spaceships.
But this could somehow help astronauts, like I'm saying. Yeah.
So my grandma keeps asking me when I'm actually flying to the moon.
Don't disappoint her.
Not yet.
Not yet, yeah.
Yeah, right. It's coming.
Yeah, so I will try now. Yeah, so I would like to, I was asked to give you a quick overview on the call opportunities within the partnership. So as I said in the introduction, since we are a network of majority being funders, research funding is at the core of the partnership. So I brought you this quite complex diagram now. This is all the work packages in the partnership. I will not go into detail, but work package 2 is centered on research funding. And as I said already, 27 calls planned in the next 10 years. Work package 2 is led by our French partners in our, I'm speaking of today, but they cannot be here today, unfortunately. So just to give you an overview of how this is time-wise going to be distributed. So the partnership is running 10 years. That's what I told you. There's going to be 7 years implementation. So there will be 2 so-called biomedical calls every year, and they will be added by additional funding formats, 2 per year starting from next year. So there will be 7 years of calls and then 3 years of called phase out, so finish what we started funding wise. And within work package 2, there are 5 different funding formats already envisaged. So they are listed here. So it's the upper 3 are already where we're having quite some experience in previous initiatives such as Neuro and JPP. So it's joint transnational calls, ELSA calls, working group calls. But then the partnership also aims to develop new funding formats that haven't been explored by up to now. And these were called high risk, high reward calls, and also joint actions with industry. Now we just go through the 5 and give you just some details on what's going on there. So the first are these classical biomedical, what is it, science calls, so it's joint transnational calls. We have a lot of experience with them from Neuron and JPNT. There will be 14 calls over the course of the partnership, 2 each year. And the aim is to fund transnational interdisciplinary consortia, research consortia in that area, and they address, for example, topics such as prevention, disease mechanisms, treatment, intervention, and care in the broad field of brain health. So all of these calls will have a specific topic. Based on this RIA, they will be decided each of the calls. The next instrument are the so-called ELSA calls. ELSA stands for Ethical, Legal, and Social Aspects within the broad field of brain health research. So the idea is also here to have interdisciplinary transnational consortia investigating the ethical, philosophical, legal, and social cultural aspects related to all of the issues and technologies that are coming with brain health. Since an interdisciplinary and international exchange is crucial to find exceptional solutions and also innovation also, and especially in the field of brain health. Here we have 2 calls planned. First one being in 2027, the second in 2030. The next funding format are the so-called working group calls. They are aimed to form synergies between specific research communities. So it's an instrument to also structure the ecosystem, to bring people together, to identify gaps, but also to overcome and jointly address these gaps in the research landscape, to work on good practices and harmonizing concepts. Here there are 7 calls planned in the partnership, 1 annually starting from next year until 2033. And now this is the first of the new call formats where we, or the consortium, are not having experience yet. They're called high risk, high reward calls, and the idea behind this concept is to fund highly innovative projects with potential transformative impact, let's say, and taking into account and embracing that there is an inherent risk, since there might be preliminary data or novel approaches, but with that prioritizing the potential for impactful leaps in science. Also here there are 2 calls planned during the lifetime of the partnership, the first one being in 2028 and the second in 2031. And the last funding format within work package 2 are these so-called joint actions with industry. Here the idea is to fund transnational projects dedicated to translation, to take up research results and actually bridge the gap to the market, leading to improvement of applications or technologies. And the idea is to strengthen collaboration between academic researchers, clinicians, and industry, through, for example, strategy alignment and through collaboration with industry-driven initiatives. For example, having parallel core structures. And here we have 2 calls planned, the first one being in 2029 and 2032. And actually, we just started in January, but the first calls have already been published. So these were 2 of these classical joint transnational biomedical calls. They have been published right with the start of the partnership, beginning of January. They are currently under review. There was a lot of response from the community. The topics, so there were 2 calls with 1 common umbrella topic. So the topic was biological, social, and environmental protective and risk factors that protect or threaten brain health across the lifespan. And then we had 2 calls. The first one in the area of neurological, psychological, and sensory disorders, where 36 funding organizations from 30 countries participated, bringing together 26 million euros for funding. And the second one was in the area of neurodegeneration, again, with the same umbrella topic. Here we had 38 funding organizations from 32 countries, bringing together 27 million euros. And the joint call secretariat for these calls lies with our colleagues and our friends. So I've put the names of the two colleagues who are now very heavily involved in the review process, also their email address case. If there are any questions you would like to raise. Yeah, and of course, as I already mentioned in the first introductory talk, there are a lot more, let's say, funding opportunities beyond the classical calls, but like, for example, calls for excellent papers for early researchers, etc. Yeah, and all these calls are also, not all these calls yet, but the first calls are on our website. You can also find them there, and you will also follow the review process there if you're interested.
Katja, nochmal vielen Dank. Right, so let's move on to the, we have a quick question, I guess. Yeah. Your name and title. Yeah.
So I just wanted to know how is the cycle of the calls when you're publishing, will it always be around January each year, or have you organized this around this?
Yes, usually these joint transnational calls, so the first big block that I was talking about, they are usually around the same timing, so in January each year. The other call formats might be varying over the years. So also to, of course, reduce burden on the joint call secretaries, but it depends a bit on when they're going to be published. So this I cannot say, but for the first block, it's probably always going to be around.
Okay, very good. Okay, thanks again, Katja. Let's move on to the panel, the next panel, panel 2. Y'all can come up, take a seat. Yes, Loredana, Matteo, Antonia, Michele. And what I'll do is, as the last time, the first panel, we'll do a lightning round who you are. Let's start with Loredana Babu Simulescu, Executive Director of Biomed Alliance Europe. Oh, by the way, this panel is about research to impact and how the BrainHealth partnership promotes innovation. That's what we want to talk about. And anyway, Loredana, please tell us. Yes.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. Indeed, I'm Loredana Simulescu. I'm the Executive Director of the Biomedical Alliance in Europe, which is an umbrella organization. We represent European research and medical societies. We are in contact, or we have been collaborating very strongly with the brain community through our members. And what we do, we are an advocacy and representation body for our members at EU level, and we work on 3 main areas: health research, regulatory framework, and education. Happy to give you. Thank you for the invitation.
Okay, very good. Let's go to Matteo Scarabelli, Associate Director of Market Access of FPIA. That's the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations, FPIA.
Indeed, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm here representing, as was said, the association here based in Brussels.
Industry perspective.
From industry. In a previous life, I've been working always in the Brussels environment for a rare disease group, and I was responsible for the same thing I'm working on today. So how new medicines are available or not throughout Europe in different countries. I myself live with orthopedic or cluster headache, you want to call it. And I'm very happy to be invited as well.
Welcome. Antonia Mochan, the Deputy Head of Union of the EU Policy Lab within the JRC, the Joint Research Center. That's the think tank of the European Commission. Welcome.
Yeah, hello everyone. So the Joint Research Centre is the scientific service of the European Commission. I work in the EU Policy Lab, which is a space for innovative policy making. And so we do a lot of forward thinking and systemic thinking. So a lot of what people were saying about breaking out of silos really resonated with me. That's kind of the core of our work, showing how things are very interconnected.
Very good. Okay. And then finally, Michele Canapro, Executive Director, European Regional and Local Health Authorities. Did you say UREGA?
Yes, that's correct.
Good.
Even
Oh,
like
great.
accent and I heard it perfect.
GH is hard G. Yeah.
Exactly. Very good. No, I'm Michele Calabro, I'm the director of UREGA. We are a network of regional and local health authorities based here in Brussels. So we work a lot with the other organizations that we have here in the panel. Our members are indeed usually departments of health or departments connected with health at the regional and local level in the countries where healthcare is mostly organized, partially or entirely with the competence of the regional local level. So in the end, often the implementers of projects outcome. So happy to be here.
Yeah, welcome. So let's begin with a kind of a lightning round to all of you about barriers before we try to bust through them. What are barriers to innovation? What are the key barriers preventing research findings from being turned into tangible innovations? And let's start with Loredana, please.
I put down some key barriers. I would start.
I think you need to push the button.
No?
That's it. Yeah, good.
Cool. From our members' perspective, I think I will start with a very important challenge that we see in our community, and we call it translational gap. I think it's the lack of specific and strategic funding for the middle stages of development, where a lab discovery is tested for human applicability and technical applicability. Another challenge that we want and we try to address with our efforts here for policy and advocacy in Brussels is the gap in training. We see that our members who are researchers and clinicians, again, need more and more training when it comes to implementation science and regulatory science in order to better understand and also to navigate this path from basic research to clinical practice, which is very complex, which is also accompanied by a lot of regulatory issues, but also to understand and to work with different actors from industry, from regulatory representatives, market access, HTA, etc. And I will close also the challenges. So with the overlapping frameworks, conflicting requirements between different European laws. I think these are the main barriers that we are trying to solve with the different policy recommendations and through different measures.
Especially interesting to know because you represent 400,000 researchers, right? Researchers and health professionals. Yeah.
Correct.
Let's go to Matteo, and same thing. What can you add to the mix on barriers?
Yeah, something has already been said, but even if we look at one step further in the process, when a new development can seek regulatory approval and then access and reimbursement in countries, the gaps are not that different. If we think, for example, how difficult it is to align those who propose new developments and those who have to decide on the data requirement on what is, let's say, meaningful for patients and not only for statisticians, what is meaningful for those who have to pay for new treatments, and also what is meaningful from a clinician perspective. And therefore, somehow, this sort of collaboration we have been hearing that was called as a next most necessary step is something that we not just need in research, because as an industry, we have been asked to be patient-centric in our research. And now that we are a bit more patient-centric, this is something that sometimes seems like, patients' views are not always accepted because I think, oh, but you participate in the development, so your vision is not necessarily objective. It's not. So we have somehow to break this mentality where the silos have to stay always separated if we want in some areas of high unmet need to make progresses. And I'm talking of this in a very tense moment with new developments coming in this specific field we are talking about today that got regulatory approval recently, but in the countries, there is a huge gap with the decisions on access. And therefore, this vision again is very important to have it in mind that important is that meaningful for patients, perhaps not for all the patients, but for some, and can be reimbursed, be granted for those who may benefit the most, even if may not be fully okay for anyone. But if there are some patients that can benefit from it, why deprive them from new treatments? Because of this gap in decision making.
Yeah, interesting point. Antonio, how can you add to that barriers?
Just picking up on the governance point, I think one thing that is lacking is anticipatory governance. So thinking forward in terms of our governance, what might this breakthrough, this innovation lead to, so that we can be ready for that. Governance and policy making tends to be very rooted in not just the here and now, but also a little bit the past. And what we're advocating for is let's think 2-3 steps ahead, because we know from our own experience that things take interesting turns. And bringing a little bit of imagination to governance and thinking, where could this take us? And are we ready for that? And are our governance systems ready for that? Can really help innovators. And I think things like sandboxes where we can watch things happen and build the governance on that, rather than making it for some kind of idealized and not fully comprehensive idea of what will happen, would strengthen our policy making and make it a support to innovators and not a barrier.
And getting all these regions and localities on board for something, I guess, is something could be a barrier, Mikhail?
Well, yes, looking at maybe kind of two barriers. The first one, we're working in a very complex environment, because indeed we have about, as I was saying, 2/3 of European countries where there is higher level of governance that is not at national level, but it's broken down to local and regions that have the power and the possibility to then translate what's coming out of research to implementation. So first of all, we need to kind of start recognizing more, I would say, this difficulty, because, if we just discard it as that's too complex, and just try to look at some solutions that, we're going to stop at some point in this travel between the innovation and the implementation and the impact to cities. That's the first. The second, it's also how implementers, on my side, of course, like regional and local health authorities are involved in research exercise. We're seeing more and more than implementation. It's kind of more of an afterthought rather than just something that it's included from the very beginning in the definition and in the writing up of what innovation is. These we've seen being like a very concrete complexity as well in facilitating our members' participation in even European project proposals, because very often, we kind of ask, a couple of weeks before the submission of a project to just bring in some implementers. The project, the idea is already there. Now, like the real someone needs to buy like something, or someone needs to adopt it in the health system, and you kind of thought like, okay, just maybe come in, bring someone in. It doesn't work like that, because you cannot sell something to some people, not really selling an idea in general, if you haven't developed it together. So I think these are the two main challenges that we've seen.
Okay, and then let's try to go to the solutions, the how. We ensure that innovation remains both evidence-based and accessible to different regions in Europe and beyond. How do we do that? Big question.
Big question. I think our focus more from at the Biomed Alliance, we do not work, we work more on with researchers and clinicians. We don't work at national level, but I will think, I think I will stress the importance of funding of health research, and we have at EU level a very good instrument. It's called Horizon Europe. This partnership is funded by Horizon Europe. Yes. FP10, so the next Horizon Europe is now in discussions at EU level between different European institutions. Now it's the European Parliament is preparing their vision of this program. I think as a community, we have to stress the importance of multidisciplinary cross-border collaboration. European Union is mainly the main founder of this type of research. So to bring people together, to work together from different countries, but also from different disciplines to tackle health challenges is very complex, is very costly as well. And I think this is my emphasis now as a solution. We need to have a good governance of Pillar 2, which actually enables this kind of collaborations and also clear responsibilities and clear vision of this program. So this, I think, could be this. It's not solving the entire. It's just a puzzle from. It's just a piece of the entire puzzle. So I think I will call for strong funding for cross-border and multidisciplinary research.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to Michaela because I think this is quite relevant to what you're doing, right?
I mean,
To find a solution to that.
definitely, to find a solution, but also look at where the solutions are already, because often maybe in cross-border settings, some solutions or at least some implementation tentatives have been already happening. So I think first of all, it's a matter of recognizing that more as one general solution. So looking at what's happening and try to facilitate building up that community practice. I've seen it, presented by the colleague before. So that's, I think, it's going to be quite important for us. And second, I think a possible solution could also be related to having more kind of an implementation and impact by design when it comes to developing research projects. So you always need to start thinking about, at some point, this has to go to citizens and often will have to go through a local level.
Which you've worked on with the vaccines initiative, the European Health.
Yes, I mean,
for instance,
examples. I mean, it happens all the time that not all the time, unfortunately, it happens sometimes, where indeed there is a strong focus on really looking at what's happening already and try to couple it up with other, regions that could take it on as an immediate kind of replication or not copy paste, but kind of trying to implement what's going on. I think it's fundamental, and recognizing that this can happen and should be facilitated more and embedded in how the proposals are, even the work programs are defined, and going forward the next MFF will be fundamental. I think it's an important, efficient use of funding as well.
Okay, let me then jump to Matteo then on this. Anything to add on this?
Yeah, I would say if we look, for example, at what experiences like this partnership, we see that there is also the model of public-private partnership that, as an industry constituency, we are pushing for a lot. Of course, the IHI initiative, the Innovative Health Initiative, they have in this space, there are ongoing 4 projects that are mainly focused on diagnosis. Because it's one of the biggest challenge. Even if, for example, we heard about Alzheimer's this morning, but I waited 9 years to get my diagnosis. I just got lucky because of the hospital I ended up that night and because of the neurologist I met. Otherwise, I would probably never get it.
Yeah.
So somehow this diagnosis is one of the first steps, and this is where the data gap, some legislations and initiatives at the political level are trying to bridge in terms of how we can speed up diagnosis, and indeed the initiatives to get an infrastructure and the legal ability to share legal compliant ability to share some data can improve this first step. We can also help researchers, patients recruitment, and also somehow find the right target and the right needs in this specific patient population. So this is one big, huge point to tackle for sure.
Okay, let me go to Antonio now. Antonio, you did a report. I guess you co-authored a report on technology. How much does that report address these barriers we're talking about, and then looking ahead?
Yeah, so the report we did was a technology foresight study, taking signals of what we were seeing being developed, even very fundamental research in the area of neurotechnology, and thinking what are the potential impacts of that in the governance sphere. So what are the policy questions that are being asked? And one of the things that came out very clearly, for example, was that when we talk about neurotechnology, maybe perhaps particularly in a gathering like this, we think about the medical applications, but the development is happening very much in the consumer area. And so this is raising all kinds of policy challenges that perhaps the medical development of these technologies doesn't raise, because there's very clear governance structure for that. But there isn't a very clear governance structure for having neurotechnology devices embedded in your headphones. And the knowledge base and the data and the evidence, as Matteo said, about what that might mean for developing brains in the future and so on. One of the areas that came out really strongly in our report as an area that there needed to be a lot of thinking about the impact of neurotechnology was workers' rights. That these devices are being used in workplaces. So what impact does that have on workers' rights? So I think it shows that taking a step, and I think the kind of ethical, legal, social impact that Katja was talking about that's embedded in the partnership is really important, because none of this happens in a vacuum. It happens in a society, it happens in an economy. And so really from the beginning, thinking about those and having a sense of where could this lead to bring the right people in to bring that to bear is really important.
Okay, Loredana, would you like to add? So you're not nodding, that's probably something to add to that.
No, I would just maybe come back to Matteo's emphasis on public-private partnerships. I think it's an amazing instrument to bring academia and industry together. From our side, we have collaborated with IHI and with FBA to see how we can actually motivate researchers to be part of IHI. We see that there is quite a huge reluctance from academia actors to be part of this instrument, but also because there is this conflict of interest. And we have to also to teach or to educate our community to be ready to work with the industry, and also to be more active and to have a more strategic role in public-private partnerships.
Okay, do we have any questions out there right off, or anybody online? Any of those of you who are watching via Zoom, you're welcome to put in your questions. Any questions here? Yes, please take a mic over there.
Thank you for thank you to Ben for a very interesting discussion.
Can you have the mic a little closer?
Yeah, sorry. I have a small question linked to if you BrainHealth through this generous funding will train many talented PhD students and postdocs. And I'm curious to know, especially maybe from the person coming from the EFPA or the foresight policy officer from the JRC, what's your vision for the job market? Because we know that maybe 5 or 10% maximum of these persons will stay in academia to become researchers. And we see nowadays it's not so easy, for example, to transition to industry or other positions. There is the ERA Act that's being drawn now at the EU level, but there might be some resistance from member states. So yeah, I would just be curious to hear your thoughts about this.
Anything in the report's crystal ball? Talk about that.
We don't do crystal ball foresight.
No.
We do exploration. But I think it's a really valid point, and one that goes back to what Loredana said about skills. There's a difference, isn't there, between jobs and skills? And I think perhaps the PhD candidates of the future need to be thinking about the skills that they have, and also the ones that can set them aside from machines. And so that human side and the social side becomes increasingly important, and the ability to think more systemically and through the complexity. So I would say to what we learned from Foresight for these people coming out is to not let yourself be put in a box, and to understand that to keep your skills broad and very human focused and creativity focused, because that's what's going to give you access to jobs in the future.
I think the question was also to Matteo, right?
Yeah. The last, I think it was the last, I'm not sure, IHI newsletter, you have the story or an example of a young PhD lady that, because she started as a PhD position open for an IHI project, she was able then to transition into the industry and to get what she studied into a corporate that was, intended to implement the findings on that. Of course, this connection is always difficult, very much based very often on lucky, on competition intelligence by companies, and or on skill hunting by companies. Very often we are accused of the contrary, trying to take too much people from skilled research institutions into the industry. I'm glad that there's also the other movement here represented. So, but these kind of partnership are one of the best ways, and the fact that they are public advertised throughout the European Commission is really a big chance that I think we should look at. And then, of course, this connection has to be, of course, more structured, because very often it's really one biotech that finds that researcher in that hospital found that protein that get through the cell membrane and finally can be applicable to something, but it's very much serendipity kind of things.
Absolutely. Any other questions out here? Actually, I have another question for Matteo. From the industry perspective, what's it going to take to accelerate EU leadership in health research innovation? What's it going to take?
Okay, that's a big question, but
a long shopping.
I'm focusing on one, for example, one positive thing. So, for example, we are discussing now competitiveness fund at the political level.
Yeah.
This is something that somehow answered to the call that came from the industry about the fact that the world is not what we had yesterday, and therefore Europe has somehow to make sort of a choice of how much wants to be attractive for this kind of fundamental research and for this kind of high skill expertise and jobs. Second, of course, there is the political level, which is behind the founding, etc. But there is also something that is very positive. We see, for example, regulators, the European Medicines Agency, trying to adapt to the new world more and more. For example, just got announced that the mechanism for priority medicines have been developed further. You have new tools. If you are eligible as a priority medicines, you have new scientific advice fast track. You have 3 new tools that I can keep at the top of my mind. And again, at national level, the European Commission trying to bring decision makers at national level in access to do the evaluation of new medicines all together just once, trying to make this ecosystem more attractive. And somehow all these initiatives try to pull at the same European level all these kind of decision levels is one attractive element for us to say we want to come back and do research in Europe, more clinical trials here, and where we find very often the scientific expertise more than anywhere else in the world, here in Europe, and to make it also more attractive from a commercial point of view.
Okay. Well, so, but there was mention about regulation. Can you talk about that? That's always a hot topic for industry. How much how much is too much?
Okay, we are just recovering for the long journey of the general pharma legislation being discussed and approved. So somehow let's take a breath. And what we learn, from previous experiences, I'm working on this so-called HTA regulation. This represents the fact that once a product is approved, then at national level you have an assessment, health technology assessment, HTA,
health
technology assessment. So any health technology coming to the market and getting approved to be available in Europe has to be assessed at national level and to say, okay, what's the added benefit from it? Which population does benefit the most, and are we going to reimburse it? Somehow this is now being done once with a single assessment at the European level, with all the countries working together.
So one-stop shop goes faster then.
Exactly. The experience we are having is not the optimal we expected yet. So the learning point here is that approval regulation is not enough. You need to make it work. You need to implement it with the actors on the ground, the players, and if the industry, for example, that has to bring new products into this new system, find this is not 100% fit, this might be a barrier rather than an enabler. So again, we have time now to implement this new general pharma legislation. Let's say, okay, take a breath. It was a long journey, long discussion, but now we have to put our hands on it and try to make it work.
Okay, that segues to a question I have to Michele about collaboration. How can collaboration between regional actors and EU level initiatives help to put innovation into action?
I mean, as I was saying before, I think that collaboration between the European level and the ground impact, and I mean, it was just mentioned right now as well. It's fundamental across all different policies, all different frameworks, all different regulations. Because again, the people responsible for, let's say, kind of the European health data space implementation,
for instance,
often it's not really just at national level, it's also at the regional and local level, where initiative has been already happening. There has been already kind of regional health data spaces in, I don't know, last country, for instance, for a bunch of years with a single electronic health records, with a single way to analyze data. So the collaboration, it has to be two ways. On one side, from European level, I think there has to be always that kind of next step to go beyond just the national level and really look at what's happening on the ground, because otherwise you're never going to have solutions that are really going to have an impact to people, because they don't take into consideration the difference within a single country, whatever the country it is. And on the other side, it has to look at what's already happening on the ground to try to get some inspiration to make things work. Just I'll give you a quick example, which is more related again to digital in Catalonia, for instance. It's already a couple of years that has been launched an artificial intelligence in health initiative that really tries to look at what are the needs of the population and the needs on the ground, and put together challenges essentially to which industry innovation can respond to based already on what the health system actually needs, and not the other way around. And this creates a cycle of needs, innovation, reevaluation, adaptation of innovation, and impact. These are examples that I think, of course, they are complex because they cannot be replicated in all individual regions and local authorities. But it's something I think to be taken more inspiration on going forward, even in the ways that we're gonna shape up, the future of funding in Europe, I would say.
Okay, can I come back to the original question to Loredana and thinking about your 400,000 researchers? And how can the Partnership for Brain Health initiative foster innovation and empower the next generation of researchers to tackle today's challenges?
Wow. Well, I mean, with this, I think I with the presentation that was made at the beginning of this panel, it's absolutely amazing that there are so many funding opportunities. And actually, these funding opportunities are, in a way, situations where the best minds come together and address the challenges in the brain space. I think this is one way to go. I will also focus on I will maybe make some more comments on the clinical trials aspects. I think if you want to see more impact, so if you want to see more translation from basic research to clinical practice, we need clinical trials. We need to maybe to be a bit provocative, make Europe again a single market for clinical trials, for both academic clinical trials. We should not forget about the role of academic clinical trials in the ecosystem, but also for the sponsor-led clinical trials. We have some opportunities to correct some let's say issues with the European clinical trials regulation via the Biotech Act. So let's take this advantage, because I think even in this partnership, if we don't translate the discoveries into concrete solutions and we do it via clinical trials, then I think we will be back in 10 years ago and we'll discuss about the same thing.
How much is GDPR or privacy an issue there in having a Europe-wide space for clinical? I know that's a debate in the parliament. I've seen.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I don't know how many researchers and people are here working with the GDPR. So I think we should ask them how they tackle this issue.
Be involved.
There is no problem.
No problem. No. If you organize your data on the right place.
If
And we do that for all Europe. We do this European health data spaces and we roll out now in Europe to speed up the pilots, to show it, to make the trust but we keep the data by the person. Who's the stable factor? That's switch mark.
Maybe I'm talking, you can explain. I'm not sorry, I'm not Laura Donna, you can explain, what you want to
Please.
say.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
The
I,
quality of your data is much higher.
yeah,
That's really.
but I think we have the, so it's good to hear also the good practices, because we hear well, let's say the challenges that researchers encounter with GDPR.
Sure.
It's also is not that they want to conduct clinical research, or they want to put in place a research project, and sometimes very often is killed by the lawyers of the hospital. So it's also good to pilot the best practices.
What's very.
Okay, actually, let's shoot the mic over there. Your name and title, please.
Thank you. Art Schreuder, chair of For Life
Let's
Support.
push the button there, we have to get some sound from you.
Art Schreuder, For Life Support, chair, cooperative. What we do is to build the infrastructure for Europe to do that. And one of the most problem is with GDPR. It's not the GDPR, it is misusing to our legals who don't want to do that on the way, because ownership of data, that's the discussion.
Yeah.
We call it digital colonialism. And that's one of the biggest hurdle that we have now in Europe. And we it's now understand also on the European Commission all years how you do change that. And we show that, and they embrace that, and that's what we roll out now in different projects. A lot of patient organizations embrace that. They are even the tool, because they knowledge are better, and they want to share data. Only they need to trust. They need to trust who wants to use data.
That's trust.
And we make it dynamic, informed consent. People can decide it every day on it at every moment if they want to share the data or not, and on who. That's one part, and that's all with digital contracts. There's no papers, no bureaucracy. They can organize it.
Okay. Yeah, very quickly, yes, please.
Do you see already the
question.
European data space? Do you have already visibility how this can impact your work, if positively or negatively?
Yeah, we do that. And in the next couple of months, there are 4 pilots in Europe, in France, in Lyon, in Nijmegen, and in Leiden, Estland, and in Italy, Milan. Yeah.
You guys should talk at lunch. Yeah, all right, let's get a quick question online, right?
So there's a question from our online listeners from Nelly Glover. Is there a centralized list of ventures in the brain health space who are seeking funding, collaborators, expertise, research, etc.?
Oh, is anybody aware of that? No? Or is that more a question for a brain health partnership?
In the IHI space, they're trying to build something like that where you can, and also, I mean, I'm saying that because sometimes in the brain health space overlaps with the rare disease space. Not all, some diseases are in between, and you know that there exist in Europe these networks of center of excellence that they have in common the fact that they're working on the same disease. So we have 24 networks and counting, and they are trying exactly to build this kind of platform where you can, if you're doing a clinical trial, you can know which hospitals can help you, or if you are looking for a certain specific skill or expertise, you can consult this. There is an attempt to try to build something similar in the space of this public-private partnership IHI initiative, but I cannot report on that today, and I need to check.
Right.
I'm just working on this, where it is
Okay.
in this way.
Anybody else want to add to that before we go on to? I'd like to go on to the lightning round of final comments. And the question is, what's one action that is needed? Looking ahead, what one action that you prioritize to make the journey from research to impact faster, fairer, and more sustainable? That's one thing that needs to be done. Go for it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
See, we have now the competitiveness found, change the mindset in terms of not Europe necessarily relying on what other regions always have been doing, but take the choice of what Europe can do to help himself.
Okay.
I would say to have policymakers thinking more like innovators, so user-centered, flexible, thinking long-term, thinking anticipatorily, testing, iterating, prototyping, failing, learning, rather than kind of sitting in rooms thinking great thoughts and then hoping that that's going to work.
Okay, that's a good one. Yeah.
Maybe we'll say involve the actors that are going to take care of impact and implementation in the early stage of innovation development and discussion.
Okay. Yeah. Loredana?
Yeah, I would say to consider biomedical health research as a strategic pillar of Europe rather than a cost.
Okay. Wow, that's great. I'm actually ending a bit early unless anybody has another question. I think we're good. Anybody online? So that gives us a little more time for the switch. Thank you very much, Loredana, Matteo, Antonio, Michele. Grazie. And now we go to a roundtable outlook on European and global collaboration. It's great, you're staying on time. It's fantastic. And we have Frédéric Destrebec, Executive Director of the European Brain Council, EBC, right here. Jan-Marco Müller, Team Leader of Global Approach, Multilateral Dialogue and Science Diplomacy at the European Commission, DG Research and Innovation, R&I. And Laura. Hello. Hello, Laura Keiling, a policy analyst of the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Unless you live under a rock, you should know the OECD. And then 2/3 of the, you said 39 numbers, 38?
That's right.
39 now, so it's and counting. About 2/3 of the membership is in the EU, which is quite interesting. So let us get started with Frédéric. And let's talk about stakeholder engagement, international collaboration. How does EB BrainHealth engage policymakers and other key stakeholders across Europe and globally to foster international collaboration?
Well, thank you, Chris. Good morning, everyone. So the purpose of having this global dialogue and international collaboration dates from the previous, let's say, preparatory effort leading to the partnership, where was identified the value to share on a global stage what was actually happening in Europe in the brain community space, and particularly in terms of building a strategic agenda at the European level, as Katia presented to you earlier. This actually predates an initiative that EBC was responsible for, that we collaborated with Monica before the European Partnership effort, which was called EBRA and was mentioned, where we created the shared European Brain Research agenda. And as it was an EU-funded initiative, the Commission actually mandated us to present this shared European agenda in the global stage in the context of an initiative that was called the IBI, which some of you may have heard of, the International Brain Initiative, which was then supported by a foundation in the US, in California, and aiming at bringing all the big brain initiatives around the world together so that they could actually exchange on their objectives and then seek alignment and potentially collaboration. So I'm talking about like the US Brain Initiative, the Brain Initiative in Canada, and then other countries like Australia, Korea, Japan, you name it, you have it. What we realized was that it was a really big group, relatively uncoordinated, but also that each initiative had emerged in complete isolation. And the purpose for alignment was a little bit complicated to achieve. But to make a long story short, is that during COVID, that foundation stopped the funding and the IBI disappeared.
Oh.
So we find ourselves having to kind of revamp and restore this idea of a global dialogue. And we had the opportunity to be present at the Science Summit during the General Assembly of the UN. First virtually during COVID, and then with a panel discussion. And what we realized was that there was really an appetite to maintain this type of engagement. That's something that we continued as EBC, but when the partnership emerged, came the question of how can we have a kind of global dimension to what is happening in Europe? And a few associated countries were obviously singled out: New Zealand, Taiwan, Canada, and Australia. The idea being to say, okay, how can we benefit from this international and global dimension in the context of the partnership? And it could be simply by engaging in a dialogue in what we are calling the science diplomacy. But it can be scaled up to the point of some countries becoming a co-funder to some of the project, and that's obviously what the coordinators are organizing. But our role as EBC, we are in lead of that work package, dealing for those engagement opportunities on a global scale.
And can you just mention a couple of projects that you're working jointly with these other parts of the world?
Yep. So we have engagement opportunities very much looking like this one. We will have a webinar organized in the course of July that could coincide with World Brain Day, or probably a little bit earlier before that in late June. So we still need to find the exact date. But stay tuned on that. So we will have partners from all around the world joining that. But then we will be present in New York again with our Brain Days during the Science Summit. And we'd like there to have platforms of discussion on where is EU on the map. I mean, there are big discussions, and actually the previous panel touched upon that. Where is the EU on the global map in between the US and China? How can we link that up to the competitiveness agenda that we are currently discussing? So all those elements are going to be addressed further down the lines when we will be developing this agenda in the coming years. But September is definitely in sight as a great momentum for platforms of discussion, engagement, but also science diplomacy activities, since I would say the city is boiling down with diplomats during the high-level week in UN journalism.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me go to Jan, because you mentioned diplomacy, and that's pretty much your sandbox, isn't it? Diplomacy, very much of the European Commission. Why should brain researchers engage with diplomats? Why?
Well, why should brain researchers engage with diplomats? I mean, first of all, scientists and diplomats sit in the same boat, because science is under threat in many ways in different parts of the world.
Indeed, yes. Right.
International cooperation in science is under threat, increasing restrictions, basically.
Even science itself sometimes.
But what we often forget, actually, diplomacy is also under threat. Because when countries, do diplomacy or do foreign policy by launching missiles or by hammering out social media posts with 280 characters in capital letters, then you don't need diplomats anymore.
Fake diplomacy, fake news.
And both science and diplomacy, actually, we have a joint interest in a functioning rules-based international order.
Would be nice.
It's not just would be nice, it's essential for scientists and diplomats to be able to do their job. Right, and let's also be clear: it's diplomats who negotiate international agreements. It's not scientists. And of course, the more technologies impact actually on the tech race between nations and international relations, we need to seek a closer relationship between scientists and diplomats. They need to understand what is cooking in the lab and what may be hitting their agendas. But at the same time, the other way around. The diplomats need to be aware how, for instance, sanctions or restrictions impact on scientific cooperation.
Yeah, because the diplomats have their, like you said, agenda. And diplomats from different countries are going to have their agendas that are competing with the others, right? How do you encourage that collaboration in a competitive atmosphere?
I mean, that's precisely why we need to have this dialogue between science and diplomacy. what we are seeing is science diplomacy is creeping up everywhere on the agenda. Everybody is talking about it. By the way, not just in Europe, it's in other parts of the world, also in the South. Even countries like Costa Rica, Panama, Rwanda have their national science diplomacy strategies. So that's kind of becoming very popular. And that, of course, has two reasons. The first one is the impact of technologies on international relations. And it's not just digital technology. It's not just AI and quantum and what we always talk about. It's about biotech. It's about neurotechnologies. It is about, and just think of the mRNA vaccines and how they became a geopolitical factor during the pandemic. What if China would have been the only country developing an effective vaccine?
Yeah.
It becomes a geopolitical asset in a way, research.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the more countries don't talk to each other anymore, the more we need these so-called track two diplomacy instruments, such as science diplomacy, actually to keep dialogue going.
And thus the importance of the partnership, right?
Exactly. That's
right.
Of course why we need partnerships. And if you think, what is the most important?
I meant the BrainHealth partnership.
Yeah. The most important science diplomacy tool we have as a European Union is Horizon Europe. Right? And when we associate countries like Canada, like Japan, like Korea, or we are having talks with Australia or with India, when we associate them to Horizon Europe, we are not just doing it just for the scientific fund.
Yeah.
But also with geopolitics in mind, of course.
Sure.
Because it is really also and that's perhaps a common misunderstanding of science diplomacy. Science diplomacy is not just about being nice to each other and building bridges and everything. Science diplomacy is also about protecting your interests, defending your values, all these issues that come into play. And when we excluded Russia from Horizon Europe, that was science diplomacy as well, because we used science to achieve a foreign policy goal.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let me go over to the OECD, Laura, and just coming back to that statistic from the World Health Organization that I cited earlier, that only 1 in 3 countries actually has a national policy on neurological disorders. Maybe that rate is a bit higher in Europe, but you advise countries around the world that are part of your club. How do you try to get them on board with a national policy, and how do you coach them on that?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for the question. Good morning, everyone. I'm policy analyst, just as a preview.
You have the mic on, or?
There is a.
That's better.
Got. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation to contribute to this discussion here today. Indeed, the OECD, as you know, is an organization for economic cooperation and development. We are working with 39 member countries. I'm a policy analyst that sits in a unit or in an area that looks at science, technology, policy, which means there are other areas across the house that look at health-related or digital AI-related units. So my comments here today will not focus on these issues, but more on the way how the OECD and its members have been discussing norms around fostering the responsible innovation of neurotechnologies and other emerging technologies. So first remarks in answering your question, Chris, is to explain to you a bit the role that OECD has had in these regards. You can imagine the organization being in a position to with its member countries discuss and enable the harmonization of concepts and definitions that are out there to build a shared evidence base and to facilitate cross-country learning. So in a way, we are developing practical tools that enable governments and policymakers together with relevant stakeholders to make better policies for better lives. And if that sounds too complex, you can just think about the OECD as a neutral convener and also an evidence provider to enable countries to accelerate progress together rather than reinventing the wheel sort of alone. And the way how now translating this into the brain health, into the neurotech space, how the OECD has been doing that for over 10 years now. Thank you. The OECD has been working for over 10 years now in the neurotech space, bringing governments, but also government officials, but also the innovators and scientists together in order to develop shared norms and normative standards. And one of these standards, first international recommendation in this field that was adopted in 2019, it's called the OECD Recommendation for Responsible Innovation in Neurotechnology. So again, to emphasize the focus of the organization's work in this regard to foster responsible innovation, to bring communities together, to engage in dialogue and to bring responsible innovation forward. So this recommendation was adopted in 2019. It's a legal instrument, but it's not legally binding. That sounds a bit odd, right? But let me explain that. So it has a moral force. It's also referred to in policy language as being a soft law instrument, which means there is a formal political commitment to the principles that are enshrined in this recommendation, and there is an expectation to implement them. And these, there are processes in place in which we learn from our members every 5 years. They report up to us on the efforts they've done to implement the ideas that are enshrined in these recommendations. And to give you an example from this neurotechnology recommendation, there are 9 principles for responsible innovation, and many of the topics that I've heard from the start this morning across the discussions with what Orla from EFNA and the patient communities alluded to. There are many topics in the recommendation that are reflected in these high-level norms. So the recommendation covers safety assessments, inclusivity, societal deliberation, safeguarding brain data, preventing its misuse. And so these high-level norms are framed in a way when you look at the recommendation, policymakers should do this and that. But they are really aspirational goals in a way. Its language is very, very abstract. So what we've been doing since the recommendation's adoption in 2019 is to go down the implementation. So we've been looking at these themes in these 9 principles, and we've been engaging in discussions with stakeholders to better understand what are activities that are best practices that have been happening across the world on these different issues. And we've gathered this evidence in a neurotechnology toolkit, which is a sort of way to operationalize the standard and have as a living document where you find implementation goals and linking it with best practices and also examples. It's an online document that we're updating regularly, and a resource really that I think can contribute to communities in creating a shared language and pushing together for better innovation.
What's in the toolkit?
So the toolkit is basically, it's not structured across the 9 themes. We decided to structure it across implementation goals. So what are actors' goals with implementing something, implementing this recommendation? And we structured it across, for example, fostering embedding guiding values in innovation processes. So there are 5 overall building blocks. We've split this up. And these 5 building blocks are aligned with an OECD approach to anticipatory governance of emerging technologies, which very much aligns with Antonia's earlier point here, where we're looking to get policymakers to be anticipatory about the way how they see technology trajectories and to put early on in the innovation process the right mechanisms and to make, for example, researchers aware of ethical practices as they start development processes, and not to think about those too late when innovation has already moved too far into application. So the toolkit is structured across these implementation goals, which are guiding values, building a strategic intelligence, stakeholder engagement, agile regulation, which touches on the point on the sandboxes that Jan just mentioned, and also international collaboration. So that's really a call, if you're interested to learn more on this, to look at that resource after today, and also approach us if there are practices and examples that you know from your work that you think that should be reflected. We're happy to engage with you and including those. Because the idea is really to create a resource for the international community that translates these high-level norms into day-to-day practice of innovators, of researchers, and of the communities that are driving responsible innovation.
Right, Fred, can I ask you? I mean, I know you've been on these different events at the Parliament, at the European Parliament. In fact, this week, right? What concrete steps can be taken to ensure brain health becomes a priority in international policy agendas? I'm sure what went on at the Parliament is part of that.
Well, actually, I could probably say that it is already. but that the challenge is to nurture kind of, well, it's more than that, is to create a virtuous cycle. So when I joined EBC, the hope was to see, obviously, what we have been calling for this week, the emergence of a coordination plan for the brain. And obviously to us, the partnership is a fantastic first step in the right direction, but meeting already a fantastic objective when it means like research effort, research coordination, and also prioritization. But we realized that calling for a European plan meant going at a national level. It's actually even the European Commission telling us that back then, during the month of the brain. I'm sure, Monica, you remember, in 2013. But I said, okay, look at the cancer community. They were successful because they have developed national cancer plans. So start doing the same. So we had those calls for action and national brain plans and all the rest of it. But we realized that actually engaging at an international level, and particularly in the context of WHO, was the right move. And ultimately, the WHO came up with the Intersectoral Global Action Plan on Epilepsy and Neurological Disorders. They already had a plan on mental health and a plan on dementia. But altogether, it recreated the momentum to then, I would say, push at the national level and start the launch of those national brain plans that become more concrete. We talked about that.
Yeah.
But so now we had the momentum to have a European plan. Obviously, there is a big discussion as to what we mean with brain health. We're extremely happy that in the context of the partnership, we see brain health in its holistic and inclusive understanding, and that means embracing mental health, because too often it still overlooks thinking that brain health means neurology or neurodegenerative diseases. No, it's the whole of the brain, as we beautifully heard this morning with our introductory talks.
Yeah.
So it's really to try and have that vision, which is now the real challenge in moving this forward, because we still are fighting internally as to what we mean with brain health, that mental health should stand apart, and there are no ongoing discussions about that. I'll make the long story short, saying that we need to continue this effort, because even though we have no discussion about the partnership, funding allocation, calls being developed, integrative activities, it's all fantastic. It's all very much needed. Yeah. But this is not going to succeed if we do not benefit from the political support.
Yes.
And I'm coming back to this metaphor of the virtuous cycle. Mm-hmm. So policymakers at the end of the day are the ones deciding on the funding allocation. So the sustainability of the partnership is very much reliant upon that political support.
So political outreach is important. What about the fact that you do, I mean, and today patient organizations are very important too, as a conduit to getting public support. How much is that important as far as concrete actions that are needed to ensure that brain health remains a priority for everybody?
Mm. But so, Chris, I hope you don't mind, I disclose part of what we discussed, you and I, in preparing this meeting.
Yes.
In the sense that the DNA of any activity of EBT is really to put the patient first.
Yeah.
So that's why it was so important to have Ellen sharing and lived experience with us, but also how it resonates to society, how scientists are addressing those challenges. But I think we also heard how brain health is so central to society. So, of course, we need to curb the personal, the family, the societal burden of diseases, but we should also talk about brain positivity and positive brain health, how we should encourage that. I mean, talk about prevention, but talk also about, I would say, a brain healthy promotion within all tiers of society. No, I'm completely expanding outside of what.
That's all right.
Outside of the topic of the partnership per se. But I believe that particularly the last pillar of the strategic agenda is offering an opportunity for that. I'll give one example that I love, is the concept of neurodesign and neuroarchitecture, which is the way by which the built environment is supporting positive brain health. And actually the starting point was in our meetings in international fora, we bumped into a company who came to us and said, like, actually, we've started implementing the outcome of great research in neuroscience in the way we were conceiving living environment and the built environment. And they started doing that by, with a project on recreating an emergency department for an hospital, thinking like, okay, we need to be lean and seamless in the organization of the space. But actually, we'll work on one more thing, is to reduce the stress level of actually people needing emergency care service.
Yeah, makes sense.
And then they started thinking about that. And then next project was about a department actually welcoming people with epilepsy. So stress factors, they were like going the extra mile. It's like, what does it mean? What should we prioritize? What should we actually consider in designing projects? So dimming the light, having like waiting rooms divided into smaller spaces so that you really reduce the stress factors.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so then it started a whole reflection within the company to say, actually, we should develop that and deploy that across every single one of our projects, because your well-being and your mental health, your brain health can be actively supported by the way the environment around you actually functions. That's also why we love this space in Comet. We've been here a couple of times.
It's great.
It's growing creativity. It's actually encouraging engagement. So this is a demonstration of it. But so it confirms our vision of brain health across all policies and across all fields in society.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got a great vibe. Any questions here? Or anybody online? Yes, please. And second.
Hi, my name is Isane. I'm a director of the European Federation of Psychologists Associations based in Brussels, and I wouldn't be doing my job properly if I wouldn't advocate for the lot of psychology within this room. And we've also, very interesting conversation. We're happy to be engaged with the medical community to give a continuation to science, but also to determinants like economical, social, digital determinants on the impact on mental health. So we hugely support the cooperation between different disciplines. Personally, I'm also a huge advocate of diplomacy on science, and I encourage my members, because obviously if you study to be a psychologist, you don't want to be a policymaker or a politician, but you can play a role on from behavioral science on how to design policies, how to actually implement them, how to convince citizens to actually engage in whatever has been decided. So the role of psychologists goes further than mental health. It can play a role in the design, on the digitalization of the digitalization process, the policy making. So and also when I was listening to Helen this morning, I was thinking of the important role that psychologists play when she said that what was important for her was calm, purpose, communication with her beloved people around her, and also the role that psychology can play in giving support to these carers and people that are facing mental issues.
So your question?
So my question will be, yes, thank you, sorry. But after 5 hours without listening to the words,
that's very nice. Good question, yeah.
Whether you, the three of you, how you actually envisage the cooperation with the psychology and science and your domains. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to take that?
In science diplomacy, we need all disciplines. And psychology actually is a very interesting one, because international negotiations have a lot to do with psychology. Right? And the kind of behavior of countries and of governments in this geopolitical space. So definitely we need to connect, the capabilities and the skills and the competences of disciplines to the diplomats. But for this to happen, actually, we need the spaces where this can happen, where scientists and diplomats can meet. And that's you may have seen 3 weeks ago, the European Commission adopted the proposal for a council recommendation on science diplomacy. I recommend everybody to read it. And that was done through a bottom-up process, where we really put the scientists and the diplomats into one room, like this one. We locked them in the room and told them, please talk to each other and understand each other. And just watching them for an hour discussing the concept of like-mindedness and who is like-minded and not like-minded in this world was really a pleasure to see. So I think we need to create these spaces where scientists and diplomats can interact. And I think we have a great opportunity at the moment because ministries of foreign affairs are ramping up their scientific and technological capacities. I can tell you that 20 out of 27 member states have created roles of either chief science advisors, special envoys for science diplomacies, tech ambassadors, divisions or units of science diplomacy in their ministries of foreign affairs. So scientific literacy in ministries of foreign affairs is increasing. You're finally actually somebody to talk to in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a scientist. So I think there's actually a big opportunity that science diplomacy is now kind of on the rise and is getting on the radar, that we actually can create these mechanisms for where the two worlds can interact.
How can we leverage that so that Europe can maintain or increase its leadership in medical innovation?
Well, I think, as we all know, it is a quite hostile geopolitical environment out there, right? We have countries moving borders by military force. We have China kind of turning its economic power into geopolitical power. We have Western allies that are not what they used to be anymore. And just take the US withdrawing from many science-based organizations like the IPCC. So I think we need to get our act together in Europe. And that's what this council recommendation is about. It's the first time ever actually that we're going to have a comprehensive document about science diplomacy at European level. And if you look at it, actually there are a lot of action suggestions, like, of course, teaming up with countries sharing our values, building alliances to defend science, to defend academic freedom. It is also about, of course, using science to interact with countries we have problems with, where there are difficult diplomatic relations.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Question over here.
Yes, I'm Philippe Vernier, co-CEO of eBrains, the European digital infrastructures for the brain. So, but it's not related to what I'm doing. It's more maybe a question for Laura and Frederick. So you were speaking, Fred, about, for example, the fact that it's very good to take the advice of patients to build the new buildings, which make them, happier with this building. But if you take the main risk factors for brain health, well, they are just little ones: pollutions, social media, pesticides. You have a list of like this. You are fighting against, lobbies, against interests, which goes far beyond what I think poor neurologists, poor lobbies that we are for this can do. So, what do you think, Laura, of these very big issues where we are engaging the whole society, economy toward brain health in that case?
Well, fully agree with you, Philippe, and I would say that on top of the list of socioeconomic determinants, you have access to affordable housing. And, affordable and healthy housing, I should say. So we reconnect to the built environment. So there are so many factors, and indeed, that's why I'm saying brain health across all policies makes it really complicated and a big elephant to cut in pieces and swallow. By the way, hence also a call over the last days for coordination plan, building synergies across all of these policies rather than we. But having such an inclusive and holistic approach, such as the one we have in the partnership, is definitely the right way to go. Because as I alluded to, the problem that we see now is an issue of fragmentation. So I think that we need to really make sure we have a cohesive community recognizing these common challenges and acting together upon those. Let it be pesticides, let it be housing, let it be, everything you just mentioned. But if we demonstrate, and I think that we have done a great job so far, and we should continue to do so, if we continue demonstrating that this is a common good and a public interest, I think that we stand the higher ground against other lobbies.
Laura, would you like to add? Laura, would you like to answer that?
Yes, well, I'm not going to answer the question on the lobbying, but I would like to pick up on Frederick's point, in fact, about the increasing fragmentation. What, for example, normative instruments like the one I just outlined to you, like the recommendation, can help EU member states in improving, for example, national health strategies. So a common baseline that's agreed upon. It allows consistency in order to foster safe innovation. So an example that I brought with me here today is the now that we've been seeing over the past 6 years, the way how our members have been implementing this instrument has started to give us evidence on the way how they've been going about breaking these high-level normative ideas down into everyday practice. And the practices we've been seeing, as I said, we started together in this neurotech toolkit. But to make it more concrete, maybe for this audience here today, so if the goal of policymakers is to integrate responsible neurotechnology innovation into national strategies, there are various ways how OECD frameworks and resources that we put out there can enable this this coherent application of accepted definitions, for example. So what we've seen is using the practical implementation guidance that we put out, they reflected this in funding programs, regulatory updates, or using them in concrete steps in regulatory levers, oversight mechanisms, data governance practices. An example you will find in the toolkit is the previous ARANET funding calls, I think that Katja mentioned earlier today. So the way how these funding calls were structured, they refer to the themes around responsible innovation, and they enable scientists to think about these early on when they structure their project proposals. And I think that can be a very effective mechanism in order to break down these high-level normative ideas into scientific practice, for example, through prerequisites that are embedded in funding calls.
Okay, you have something
Well,
to add?
I've worked many years as a science advisor, and I would say 500 years ago, church lost the truth monopoly to science. And today, science is losing the truth monopoly to social media. And social media, as we all know, have a lot to do with brain health.
Hashtag brain health. That was a good one. Hashtag brain health. Send it out.
So I think there's no other way also for us to get out of our labs and out of our offices and engage with the people. That's also I always recommend to people, don't waste your time with lunatic politicians. Spend your time with the people who vote for them. And I find it quite interesting that it's especially the younger generation that is in favor actually of imposing an age limit for use of social media. So I think we need to find our allies for our cause in the societal sectors and make science great again.
And not ignore the social networks, that's a vehicle. So, yes, please.
Yes, so we have two questions from Naomi Glover online. Is there any work in progress to help improve access to emerging neurotech for those who would benefit but cannot afford it? For instance, there is a device, Nettle, which addresses pain and mood in menstrual cycles. It's proving beneficial for those with premenstrual dysphoric disorder, which can lead to suicidal feelings each month. But we need faster routes in national healthcare funding. I'm working on this in the UK, but does anyone have good models or data for achieving this elsewhere? And then a second question.
Let's wait on that. Let's go to that one. Thanks for that question. Great. Who wants to take that? Fred, I guess.
Just wanted to say hi to Naomi, and she very always comes up with great questions, but as you can imagine, relatively tricky. So there are actually two sides in the question, if I understand it well. So I would say equal access, yes, that's definitely issue. But similarly, the second side relates to integration, and I would say integration of many things in the ecosystem, but I believe that's also what our previous panel was dealing with. So again, we're going probably sideways or beyond what the partnership is offering, but it's a way by which we can create innovation and leverage innovation by integrating perspective from investors, VCs, regulators, and Katja mentioned how the work package on the translation of research outcomes. I believe you're likely to say a word about that also later. So there is definitely more to come in the context of the partnership, and that can be offered hopefully.
Okay, very good. Next question.
And the next question is, at the moment, much of our work is reliant on companies recognizing the benefits, but is there any model for proactively funding brain health education in education and society?
Well, think a minute. Anybody? Trick question?
Well, it's not a model, but it's an agenda, and I apologize to all the partners of EP Brain Health in the room. I know it's completely beyond, but there is this new discussion on the brain economy and this new concept emerging. We've been talking about like the skills in society, the need to address the burden of brain disease, the need to invest into innovation. The brain economy agenda is pulling it all together. The frustration we are having as Europeans is to see it being driven again from the US or by the US or with a kind of US angle to society, which is like the need to address the burden of brain disorders, of course, to create a positive brain health society, but to foster innovation, to find investments that we can put into innovation, and then in the development of brain skills and neurodevelopment and education, and how this is actually boosting workplace productivity and economic development. But I would add to that we miss the big part on social inclusion and social cohesion. So it's probably not the moment, but it goes, again, way beyond the topic of today. But that there is probably a momentum to take ownership of these big concepts. I see you've got the G7 notepad. These are the places where this is discussed. The World Economic Forum, exactly the same. But you can imagine how economically driven those conversations are. And I believe we Europeans would probably ought to import that debate in those dimensions so that anything coming out of the great research, the great science, the great discussions, the great collaborations with patient groups are actually driving this agenda a little bit more and we make it European.
Laura, any advice from the OECD here?
Which topic, sorry,
The education aspect.
the educational aspect. Well, I'm not working in the educational field at the OECD. There are great indicators out there. Again, I think coming back to the point on the shared evidence base, and there OECD is doing great work measuring the state of education starting in the schools and then translating that into lifelong learning policies. And I think that's one where I think where we can help, or the evidence base that we're gathering from our members can help across the globe share to embed lifelong learning. And I think a field of brain health where many policy domains are coming together. Again, this is also one where it's important that people also are aware that they don't get stuck in their silos. That when they're looking at brain health in the context of data stewardship issues, and they don't just look at data protection issues, but there are broader rights related issues like privacy and likewise for scientists to be aware that there are many policy domains that are relevant potentially with the insights that they are generating. And I think this is where education and educational programs throughout someone's career can help foster an awareness and people also to not stay in their silos, but to adapt with the very fast pace that these innovation spaces offer, whether it's in the lab or as people are transitioning from labs into industries and back.
Okay, any other questions in the audience? Then why don't we move to some final comments from each of the panelists? Well, let's start with Jan, I guess. What do you think should be the takeaway from this panel looking forward? For you, Jan. Okay.
Well, I think for me the main issue is really, I think we need to, and that comes actually back to the point of education. We need to raise awareness among scientists that research has become a geopolitical asset, currency, in a way. And research has geopolitical consequences, be they positive or negative. Yeah? So I think we need to raise the awareness. But also we need to train, of course, scientists in these skills to engage with policymakers, to engage in science advice, to engage in science advice. And I think we all are aware that there are quite nasty forces at work in the world right now, which are actually also anti-science, quite upfront.
Yeah,
right.
True. Yeah.
So I think it is absolutely essential that we, team up scientists, diplomats, policymakers because actually we have a joint interest to make this world a better place, to make the voice of science heard. And because it's quite evident when you base a political decision on scientific evidence, then it is always more sustainable than if you do not. Because you may have today a left government or tomorrow a right government. The scientific evidence stays the same. Of course, it develops over time, but you don't have the big revolutions in science are rather rare. Let's put it this way. So it is absolutely essential that, especially in my field, scientists and diplomats team up and work together to make sure that the evidence really is taken into account in international political decisions, but also vice versa, that the foreign and security policy takes into account the interests of science and the interests actually of science and that's actually the very first lines in our council recommendation on science diplomacy is science is a global public good. We cannot repeat it often enough, and that the universal language of science has the ability to connect and to inspire people and nations. Now, this sounds very grandiose perhaps, but actually that's the ambition that we should strive for. Yeah. And despite everything that is happening in the world right now, I firmly believe that you always talk about the old world order collapsing, but it is not yet written which new world that is emerging. It may be actually better than the previous one, but that depends on us. But that depends actually on us really fighting for it.
Good. Yeah. Laura, yeah.
Yes, thank you very
from
much.
the OECD perspective.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to connect my closing remarks a bit with what again Mark was just alluding to in terms of teaming up and collaborating, because I wanted to share with you an ongoing initiative that OECD is currently conducting with WHO. We've been referring today in a couple of instances to important WHO work, and WHO has also been putting out frameworks and guidelines around specific health technologies and how to govern these. And both organizations have teamed up about a year ago, and we are currently developing a toolkit together that brings together the evidence from those OECD-based frameworks and the frameworks from WHO to translate those into a toolkit that allows policymakers, but also innovators who are facing public health challenges and are facing with the question, what are suitable governance mechanisms that we could do that we could mobilize with our specific issue that we are facing. So what we're doing at the moment is we're developing a toolkit that we call the Toolkit for the Anticipatory Governance of Emerging Technologies in Public Health. And we would love to engage with the partners here in the European Brain Partnership to understand public health challenges that, for example, researchers are facing that are being funded through the initiative and that are interested to explore the governance mechanisms that might suit them to address these challenges. And this toolkit is really a way to break down these high-level normative ideas into to users to understand their challenge that they are facing better, and then to orientate them towards mechanisms that could allow them to govern these challenges. So we are currently, this is at the moment in the pipeline. We will be doing a first trial later in May in the African context, where we look at gene drives and biotechnology based agents. And we're now at the moment actively looking for other challenges, public health challenges, and we would be delighted to be engaging with the neurotech and brain community in that space. So please come up to me if that sounded interesting to you. Yeah, thank you so much for the possibility to engage. And we're looking forward to staying involved in this great partnership as it moves further. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much. Fred, please.
Yeah, I was just trying to remember the word you used, Jan, that was very diplomatic to describe the geopolitical state of the world. I'll simply say that facing this phase of turmoil, change is still in the making. But to create change, very often we say we need money, we need people, and we need ideas. I believe that with the partnership, we have great ideas. We managed to convince governments to put money together. We have great people who can actually put that into motion, but there is probably one thing that we need to add to that recipe, which is trust. And that element is something that we are weaving within the EU and within the member states. But that trust needs to expand to really echo what my co-panelists have said, and hopefully that work on the global dialogue will contribute to that trust building.
And with 60 participants in 36 countries, I think you have a base for that.
Easy.
Easy peasy. Thank you very much to Dan. And finally, before lunch, which is waiting for you on the first floor, we have a bit of a fireside chat, I like to call it, with Jolien Roelens, Policy Advisor, Flemish Government Department of Work, Economy, Science, Innovation, and Social Economy. PLO, is that right? PLO, yes. Okay. Yeah, let's talk about what's in the pipeline first. Looking ahead. Yep.
So I will explain a bit what we are planning to do with.
You got it? Yeah.
Better? Yes, great. So I will explain what we plan to do within the work where we want to translate the research into practice, where we want to support researchers in the community to accelerate this innovation. So we have three groups of activities. We have the radar, the connector, and the accelerate. In the radar, we want to identify the needs that are currently blocking this innovation. We will collect these needs based on input from the researchers, patients, the caregivers, healthcare professionals, the whole ecosystem. We will also catalog what is already existing tools, infrastructures, networks, funding opportunities, and so on, so that we don't replicate, but rather connect all these activities together. Then the second group of tasks is a connector. There we will bring people together, interdisciplinary. It has been said many times before how important it is to break the silos, bring people together. And we will do this with all type of activities, matchmaking events, hackathons, thematic workshops, summer schools, and a network of lead clinics where innovation in hospitals can be disseminated towards other hospitals that are interested in this. And then the accelerate, there we want to support the researchers in this path towards the adoption. So we will do strategic guiding, helping them, bringing them into contact with entrepreneurs or industry partners. We will develop tailored call formats. So the calls with industry have been mentioned before. So we will try to find a good format, how to make this call format work. And then, of course, also showcase best practice or good practice examples. And then lastly, connect also very importantly with the enabling framework. So with the regulatory, the societal impact, the political aspects of it, so that the research developed within the partnership can be also brought to their knowledge so that they can implement it.
Now, of course, there have been efforts like this in the past. How is this different now with the European Partnership for Brain Health? How is that different? How is it better?
I think because we want to bring together all these people, all the countries that are involved, bring together their ecosystem, we can really try to create a fully connected ecosystem where the silos are broken. And it's the scale of the partnership, I think, that can help in bringing all these great minds together.
Sure. And we heard a lot of minds together today, and then just hearing about the hundreds of thousands of researchers that are connected into this network is very, very impressive. What about the future of the health research landscape? We talk about that. How do you hope that EU Brain Health will change help the health research landscape in coming years?
Well, I think that, well, partly I mentioned it before, it's bringing the ecosystem together, working on that, break this isolation of the silos, so to speak. also accelerating the translation, speeding up this journey from researchers having a great idea, how do they want to implement it, and all these activities and many others within the partnership that will be developed. I think we can speed up this process and make sure that innovation reaches the patients and is effect quicker than can be done now.
And I think you can relate to that because you yourself has been in research, right? I mean, I see your bio, you did your PhD in Ghent, VIB at the Vlaams Institute for Biotech, studying neurogenetics. I'm sure you can relate to how this partnership can help to accelerate efforts of researchers there in the lab or out there on the ground or working on different projects, right? How excited are you?
I'm super excited. Yeah, you're completely right. I think so now I have my policy head on, but of course I have experience from my research before, and that's not on my LinkedIn page, of course, but I have a brother with a neurological disease, so there's also from the caregiver perspective that's and I feel this also when I speak with colleagues within the partnership. A lot of people are really driven about making this work because they have their personal experiences or their research background. I think it's really one of the strengths of the partnerships as well. That the people behind it are also very
the people. And we had a question earlier from someone asking, so what are the opportunities for someone in this realm? I have some skin in the game because my son is studying biochemistry and is interested in genetics. What kind of opportunities do you see for that down the line, and how could this partnership maybe help?
I think there are, of course, different calls. So your son is still studying, so
still studying.
To be part of golf. But we also have a lot of other activities. We will organize a summer schools, which can also attract young researchers interested in innovation or other brain-related aspects. We will organize these hackathons, which is also great for a young audience, where we want to create, based on different challenges, interdisciplinary teams that really focus for 2 days or 3 days on like how can we address these challenges, bringing together the different expertise.
Yeah, very good. So after this event, what's your takeaway? If you told another researcher and they ask you, so what was this about? What did you get out of it?
I think for me, I was of course very happy that we now all know about the plans within the BrainHealth partnership, to know more about the funding activities, press with your talk, and bring it like the human perspective.
Thanks, Helen.
To once more learn why is it important. We don't do it because we think it's interested on a scientific level. We do it to help people.
Yeah.
And I think so those are the main takeaways I think for me.
Jolene, thank you very much. Thanks to everyone here and connected. Very moving stories and also exciting to see the concerted effort thanks to this partnership. Thanks very much to all of you, and keep it up. Thank you. Oh, yes, right. Of course, good luck. Turn on down. Lunch on the first floor. Okay.
Put down some introduction. I just have one line.